Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Thank you for the super chat, Michael. Michael says, maybe soon at a stream near you. Your wish is my command. Null says, Richard is consulting with Soros and Trudeau first. They wish. They really wish. How are you guys doing? I should call this Welcome to the Twilight Zone, because I don't know what's going on. We're reaching Twilight Zone levels of hysteria. The stuff that you see on the news, my goodness. My goodness. First things first. First order of business. Tell me where you guys are tuning in from in the comments. I see you're all excited and happy to see me. Very good indeed. Tell me where you're tuning in from. I see a lot of Z's as well. or Z's. I used to say Z, and now they've switched me to saying Z. I can't tell if that's people falling asleep or people talking about Russia. There we go. Denmark, South Korea, Dallas, Texas, Spain, China, USA, Armenia, Côte d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Canada, Missouri, Yorkshire, Ethiopia, Iceland, New Hampshire, Wakanda, Michigan, Sweden, Greece, Sacramento, California, Kenya, Portugal. It's explosive. Quite literally, the chat is exploding. I cannot keep up. Wow. Phoenix, Arizona, Trinidad, Chile, Nigeria. That's great. Basically, you know, for anybody who doesn't know what this channel is, they're just going to like tune in the first bit of the live stream, see me reading out countries, saying, this is a nice geography class. I like this guy. Bella, thank you for the super chat. Let me read this. So Bella says, Richard, what do you think about using cyber attacks as a false flag? Did I read that correctly? As far as I remember, Biden handed a list of red line objects to Putin quite a while ago. They desperately need a false flag. Well, yeah, I see what you're saying, because cyber is, of course, you know, that's I wouldn't say becoming more and more serious. It already is. It very, very much is. And I think for me personally, one of the most memorable things is Stuxnet. And that's not talked about a lot, right? Stuxnet and how that's basically a cyber weapon against Iran. Now, about a false flag, I think right now, with everything that's happening in Ukraine, they have other things than cyber. I don't think anyone really would focus on that. But it's certainly a red line. It depends what you go after. With the Iranians, what the Americans and the Israelis did, they went after the nuclear program. The centrifuges, they made them spin at 3 times the speed, and they would break. They go into like a banana shape, you know? I'm exaggerating, of course, but just to break it down very simply, the centrifuge, inside, you don't see this, but inside it bends into like a banana and just breaks, right? And so this is how, in the Americans' view, they like kind of forced the Iranians to the negotiating table. This is American diplomacy, right? It's not really diplomacy. It's like they put a gun to your head. It's like, you want to talk? That's American diplomacy, right? They call it coercive diplomacy sometimes, although that one includes bombs. But to me, my point is, I consider that a red line. That, for example, me personally, and I think any country would consider that a red line. You know, going after nuclear infrastructure, because that's defensive. And in the case of Russia and the US, Iran, obviously, it's not a defense issue, but it is a red line nevertheless. So I really don't know. I'm purely speculating now. But my opinion, because you asked me, is that I think if you do have any sort of these false flags going on right now, they're not going to be anything with cyber. They're going to be things like, you know, to do with conventional warfare. That's my opinion. But I don't know what you think, Bella. Let me know, and I'll try and spot your comments in the chat, because it's going quite fast. But thank you for the question. I appreciate it. And MK didn't send her note, but thank you for that nevertheless. Usually I'm doing the super chats afterwards, and we usually go right into the topics. But I'm fine doing it this way as well. And let me see. Just I've got a lot of things ready for you. A lot of things. We just have to start. I see you guys have just told me in the comments that Ukraine is cutting Russian gas transit by 30%. That's crazy. That's a breaking news story from just a few hours ago. So we'll have to get to it in a second. But in any case, let me go through what I had prepared, and then I can try and get to these as well, okay? I do enjoy an impromptu segment, but there's only so much I can manage, you know? It's like 15 hours of streaming. We haven't done that one yet. One day. And when I say one day, the thing is, you don't know if I'm actually half joking or half serious. You have to wait and find out. But hold on. Okay. So I thought what we could do first, we could start out with some supposedly lighter things. Oh, and I forgot to ask you one thing. Hold on a second. I see we've got 1,100 people watching, but we only have 500 likes. Come on, guys. There's half of you, literally half of you, that have not hit the like button. This is impermissible. I will call. Who will I call? Just hit the damn button, man. Let's go. I want to start. So this is something that popped up on my feed, and I wasn't sure if it was real, but it turns out it is real. And I I don't really know what to say about this one, but I guess I'll leave it up to you guys. Are you ready? Let's go. So again, this sort of just randomly popped up on my feed, and I think the image speaks for itself. The image speaks for itself. So this is a sign in Las Vegas that says, "Now auditioning Ukrainian strippers. We stand with Ukraine." And it's apparently at a Las Vegas strip club called Little Darlings. I don't even know what to say about this. This is really just, wow. Vile comes to mind, the word vile. But I think that this is kind of funny because it sort of shows you what kind of support the West means. It's basically like, let's, people, they look at this and they see this as, well, it's exploitation, it's inappropriate, it's the wrong time, and so on. But you could actually look at that. You could actually look at many things that are happening right now in terms of Western support the same way, right? Obviously, it's not comparable. Like, it's not the same thing. But my point is that this kind of like disrespect, like, we'll use you as cannon fodder against the Russians, right? Yeah, that comes to mind. But I don't know, this is just ridiculous. I couldn't believe that this was real. And you have articles that have popped up and people on Reddit and look, here's another picture of the sign. Okay, so it's actually real. I don't know what to say. I think I'm just going to leave this one to you guys because I really don't know what to say. I'm kind of just like perplexed by this. Why would you do this? Oh, man. It really kind of like sums up the level of respect that the West has for Ukrainians. Wow. That's all my commentary for this. I have nothing else to say. That's it. I have nothing else to add. So let's continue to the next bit of hysteria. Oh God, we have a lot of stuff. So this is from last time. This is something that I wanted to tell you guys and I completely forgot. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Ukraine in a second. I just need to tell you this. Because last time we were talking about World Press Freedom Day, okay? And you had all these like really lovely statements, from the State Department and all these like Western democracies who love journalists so much. And every year on World Press Freedom Day, you have RSF, which is Reporters Without Borders in English, right? Mais en français, c'est Reporters Sans Frontières. And they publish a World Press Freedom Index, okay? And they basically have a map that looks like this, and they tell you how the press freedoms look like in each country, okay? Now, here's something very weird, because we all know Julian Assange is in prison in the UK. I know, I can confirm this personally because I've seen him in the glass box and in court more times than I can count. And if you go to the UK on this map, you click on the UK, or any country, actually. You click, there's a see country fact file, okay? So you press this button and it takes you to this page. And it gives you sort of a brief recap of RSF's opinion about this country in particular. And so this is the UK. And they mention Assange. right? So they say WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange has remained detained at Belmarsh prison as the US government's extradition request to prosecute him for publishing information of public interest continues, impacting both countries' press freedom records. And the thing is, what's weird to me is that if you go back to the map that I was just showing you, and you click on the country, it shows you statistics also. It tells you how many journalists in this country are in prison, how many journalists in this country have been killed. And just to be very clear, it also includes media workers. So let's go back to the map, okay? And let's click on the UK. So there we go. We're going to click on the UK and scroll down. And what does it say here? It says, currently in prison, 0 journalists, 0 media workers. What? What do you mean there are 0 journalists in prison? Have I been hallucinating? Okay, have I been hallucinating? Like, did I imagine that Assange is in prison? What does this mean? There are 0 in prison. How does that work? The guy is not just in prison. He's in the biggest, like the most notorious prison in the UK, which is Belmarsh. How is he not? I don't understand this. Somebody please explain this to me. Is this a bureaucratic error? What happened here? I don't understand this. It seems very weird to me. And just to be sure, I went across the pond, okay, on this map, and I clicked on the United States. And it also says, currently in prison, 0. Just to be sure, right? Because at the end of the day, Assange is Australian. He's in the UK in prison, but the indictment is coming from the US. So I thought maybe they attribute it to the US somehow. I don't know. No, it's not that. That's not that either. So this is very weird to me. This is something I don't know what to say about that. Is it a mistake? Is it not a mistake? Like you're gonna have some smart asses who come and say, well, you know, Assange is not a journalist. He's this and that. Hold on. Look, man. First of all, the guy has so many journalist prizes. I can't be bothered to name them all. It's too many. The list is too long. He's of course also a press card holder of the IFJ, which is the International Federation of Journalists, which is the biggest, organization for journalists. It basically encompasses all the local journalist unions in every single country, right? So that's the highest press card you can get. He has it. I can show you the picture. I posted it on Twitter. It's something you can find on Google very easily. So IFJ Assange. This is his press card. And I think this one expired in 2021, if I'm not oh, no, this is the valid one. So this one is still valid until 2023, which is kind of besides the point, really, right? It doesn't matter if he's still a journalist, whether it expired or not. So he has this. I also have an IFJ card. And the thing is that you're coming here and saying that he's not being classified as a journalist. How does that make sense? Obviously, he's a journalist and he's in prison. So how does this say 0 journalists in the UK? And the other thing is that even if you want to be a smartass and you want to say, well, he's not a journalist, he's a publisher, or he's something else, this accounts not for journalists only, but for media workers as well. So whatever way you want to twist this, these figures don't add up. They don't make sense whatsoever. So I disagree with this, and I hope it's just a bureaucratic or, an honest mistake. It's just something that can be easily fixed, because this is wrong. This is very, very clearly wrong. Assange is in prison, and he is a journalist, and he should be counted here. That should say at least 1, right? At least 1. Other people have also talked about Craig Murray, but I mean, he's no longer in prison technically, so I don't know if you want to count that. But still, they mention Assange in the same country fact file. So I don't understand this. They say he's a publisher. So that makes no sense. To me, that feels like they're trying to walk both lines. And again, I don't know anybody at RSF, so I'm not trying to lambast them or, crap all over them at all. Not at all. This could very, very well be an honest mistake. But I feel like I have to point this out because it sticks out to me and it seems very wrong. Very, very, very wrong. Because they're clearly aware of Assange. I've even seen people from RSF at the court, so they know about him. They've written about him. Again, doesn't make sense to me, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention. And again, some people, now this is not just about RSF, this is in general about Western-based NGOs and so on. Some people might be inclined to think that by, these Western NGOs are really just there to kind of bash global South countries and countries that are considered, quote unquote, official enemies of the West. Because while they're saying like, yeah, press freedoms aren't the best in the US and they're not the best in the UK, they're way worse in Russia and they're way worse in Syria and they're way worse in all these like official enemy countries. Yeah, okay, fine. How many times are we going to hear this thing? I find this incredible to me because all of these countries that I just named that are considered, quote unquote bad countries, the axis of evil. I don't know any of them threatening somebody with 2 centuries in jail, a journalist with 2 centuries in jail. So even if you accept this logic, it's still worse, and certainly not extraditing them like to this level. This is obscene, right? Again, can you imagine the reaction if China was trying to extradite like some American journalists from France? Like just imagine how they would be exploding about this. The French would never allow it in the first place, right? It's just like it's a non-starter. But they can do it. That's totally fine. And just Five Eyes gang. So a lot of people, I'm not just talking about RSF, but just in general about all these like indexes that are released. They always seem to be pointing the finger at global South countries, at African countries, Arab countries, Asian countries, Central and Latin American countries, the Russians, the Chinese, always everybody except the West, everybody except the global North, whatever you want to call it. And some people might be inclined to think that that's a tool of regime change. I don't know, but certainly something that supports these arguments, the conditioning, like we are the good guys, right? Because it's this idea like the West is issuing these indexes, right? Like the West has the moral authority and the sagesse, the wisdom and the insight and the clarity to dole out press freedom indexes and all of these sorts of lovely things, right? Like the civilized West, it will issue these decrees and decide who is worthy of being classed and ranked very high and so on. It seems a bit funny, right? Because do you ever hear of I don't know, Mauritania, Tanzania, Guatemala issuing press freedom indexes and things like that? And again, I'm not trying to make this about RSF. I'm talking in general about all these like Western NGOs, okay? And I'm not trying to lambast the people who work there. I think a lot of good people work there and they want to do good things. And I'm just talking about the overall picture here because that's the impression that some people get. Some of the comments that I've been seeing and some of the things that I've heard along the years from people who are from the global South. They feel that it's kind of like pointing the finger while also actively ignoring what's happening in the West. It feels a bit hypocritical, right? I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. We've got 1,500 people watching, which is very good. And we have 900 likes. So please, guys, make sure you've hit the like button. It helps the channel grow. And more importantly, it helps fight the algorithm because I have no clue whether you will get a notification, whether you will actually see the video in your notification thing afterwards, notification center. I have no clue whether people will even see the video recommended to them. That's a big issue as well. So if you like the video, it will also be recommended more. In any case, General Meow Meow says, "You're not my mom." You don't know that. So let's continue. Oh boy, this was really... the World War II stuff is really something else because the level of hysteria that I saw, I'm in shock. So this is going to be a big one. Are you guys ready? Have you fastened your cringe seatbelts? Are you ready to go? I don't think you're ready because there's too much cringe that I'm about to show you. It's too much. It's really too much. You don't know what you don't know what awaits and what I have ready for you. It's too much. Oh boy. My goodness, they are really pushing it. Okay. Ready? All aboard? Let's go. I can see Claudia saying, she's saying, please, no. Claudia, you know it's coming. This is it. So first things first, right? I'm going to wish you guys a happy Victory Europe Day and slightly belated happy VE Day. I wanted to look at how the 8th of May, which is, celebrated as the Allied victory over Nazism and fascism in Europe, how it took place this year, what it looked like, because it was really a mix of hysteria. I'm talking like Twilight Zone levels of hysteria. And you guys know there's so much propaganda about what's happening in Ukraine. There's so much propaganda about Russia. And this was really something else. Really, really something else. Because the kind of insults that they threw at the Russians, it's not just... It's extremely ignorant, I feel like I should say this from the beginning. The Russians, the Soviet Union, they caused more German casualties than anybody else in World War II. More than the Americans and more than the British. That doesn't mean the Americans and British weren't crucial. But just to put that into context, 80%, so the overwhelming majority of German casualties were inflicted by the Soviets on the Eastern Front. On top of that, the Soviets lost more people than anybody else, than any other country, right? So 27 million people fighting the Nazis. So the kind of disrespect that you've seen here in the last 2 days is really mind-boggling. And I'm going to go through all of this with you. Because one thing that you've been hearing a lot is that they've been likening the Russians to Nazis. And you've been hearing that for a couple of weeks, but they've really ramped that up, especially on Victory Europe Day, which is all the more egregious, right? And it started with things like this. So you've seen Ned Price from the State Department. Let's take a look at what he had to say. And again, I'm going to go from, it's going to get worse and worse from here, so get ready for the cringe.
8th and May 9th, 1945, celebrations erupted around the world to mark the end of World War II in Europe after Nazi Germany surrendered its military forces to the Allies. It represented the defeat of the forces of authoritarianism, of oppression, and of aggression. We honor the sacrifice of all those who made that victory in 1945 possible. We also join our friends in the European Union celebrating Europe Day today, working to realize the dream of a Europe whole, free, and at peace, which is more urgent today than in any time in recent memory. Today, President Putin's unprovoked war against Ukraine, its peaceful neighbor, again threatens the stability of Europe, violating the principles that undergird the rules-based international order. His cold-blooded aggression has ended too many lives, forced millions of Ukrainian citizens from their homes, and brought suffering to millions more. Just this past weekend, President Putin's forces executed an airstrike on a school serving as a bomb shelter, and reports indicate that around 60 civilians are under the rubble. On this solemn occasion, we reiterate that the United States stands with Ukraine. We thank our allies, we thank our partners who are providing safe haven to refugees from Ukraine. We applaud the countries that have stood up to the Kremlin's bullying and threats. The United States remembers that victory over tyranny is hard fought and hard won, and we will continue to support Ukraine as it fights for the freedom of its country and its people and the values we together share.
Okay. So you see how they're tying this in? Basically, this is Victory Europe Day, triumph over Nazism, and then kind of equating the Nazis to the Russians, okay? And do you notice how he said rules-based international order? What does that mean? That's how the West get around international law, right? International order. What does that mean? They're not talking about international law, because then they wouldn't be able to pick and choose. So what they're talking about is American hegemony, Western hegemony. Now, it gets worse than that. It gets worse than that. So in Berlin, obviously, the Germans don't celebrate VE Day for obvious reasons, because they're the ones who lost. However, in places like Berlin, Vienna, the Soviets, which are, again, the Soviets are the ones who liberated Berlin, who liberated Vienna, and they lost literally tens of thousands of soldiers liberating those cities, and of course, by extension, crushing the Nazis and Nazi leadership. There are memorials that have been erected in Berlin, in Vienna, in a lot of these cities by the Soviets. And every year, you'll have, not just Russian officials from the embassy there, but just people in general who come and who commemorate and celebrate VE Day. They'll lay down wreaths and flowers, and they have little commemorations and so on. So this year, do you know what they did in Berlin? You're not going to believe this. They actually banned Russian flags and Ukrainian flags, which which makes no sense whatsoever, because you would expect them to ban the Russian flag, because that's the level of hysteria that we've got to now. But they even banned the Ukrainian one, right? But I'm not kidding. This actually happened. So you can see from Euronews, Kiev slams Berlin police over Ukraine flag ban. And what happened actually, when ended up happening is the Ukrainian ambassador to Germany, he came and laid a wreath with the colors of the Ukrainian flag to kind of, I don't know what that was. They're saying in the article like he's trying to get around it or something. It doesn't matter. But my point is that they actually did this on the day that everybody commemorates VE Day. And you can see here, 80,000 Soviet soldiers were killed during the Battle of Berlin. And that includes Ukrainians, and that includes Russians. So that's the kind of hysteria that we're talking about. They banned those flags. I'm not done. Again, like I said, I'm going to go to worse and worse, okay? I'm going to show you a video right now of the Russian ambassador to Poland at the World War II commemorations. And the protesters came and threw paint on his face while they're commemorating the triumph over Nazism. This is the video from CBS. Take a look. This is at the Soviet military cemetery in Warsaw. I mean, again, this is so ignorant. This is really ignorant. How are you calling this guy a fascist? Well, he's literally commemorating the victory over fascism in Europe. How does that make any sense? Remind me, who is arming Nazis in Ukraine? Is that Russia or is it NATO? And they have the nerve to talk about fascism. This is incredible to me. And I want to add a few more points. If you don't like the Russians, you want to disagree with them, fine, whatever. That you're right. You're very free to do that. But throwing paint, I mean, look, man, how often do I criticize the Israelis? Probably every day, right? But I wouldn't stoop to that level. I wouldn't go and throw paint at the Israeli ambassador or do something like that. Another thing, the Polish government has a legal obligation under the Vienna Convention to protect diplomats. Every country does, right? You're hosting a foreign dignitary from a foreign country. You have to protect their embassy, their mission, and the staff. How is that a fulfillment of that mission? They've obviously failed, right? And I don't know if that's on purpose. It could very, very well be a simple lapse of security, but that's not okay. And it's very disrespectful. I mean, it would be bad enough on any other day, but the fact that it's in the World War II cemetery on VE Day, come on, it doesn't get any more ignorant than that. Now, I told you that this was not going to stop here, and it's going to get worse and worse. Now, the next thing that I'm going to show you blew me away. I could not believe this, and honestly, it took me like 2 days to find out if this was true. I couldn't believe this. Let me explain what happened. The Ukrainian president, Zelensky, he posted on his Telegram, he made a post on Telegram to commemorate Victory Europe Day, okay, the defeat of the Nazis. And he actually posted a picture of a Ukrainian soldier wearing a Nazi patch. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. This is the post. Take a look. Right there, you can see this guy. The first picture, the main picture, he's wearing right there on his chest the skull and bones. That is basically the SS Totenkopf, Okay, you can see right there on his chest. And they quickly deleted this, right? So this post was up for 30 minutes, and then Zelensky's team quickly rushed and deleted it. But the post is still up because people forwarded it, and that's how I know it's a real post. So they're saying down here, on the day of victory over Nazism, we are fighting for a new victory. Okay? So they're on the day of victory over Nazism, they're posting a guy with a Nazi patch. You cannot make this up. This one really threw me off. I couldn't believe this one. I couldn't believe this one. I didn't want to post about it because it seems so ridiculous to me. This seems so outrageous. Because the whole time we've been hearing there are no Nazis in Ukraine. This is Russian propaganda. The president is Jewish. Zelensky's Jewish. How can you have Nazis in Ukraine? And then on the day where people are celebrating victory over Nazism in Europe, the Ukrainian president Zelensky posts a picture of a guy with a fucking Nazi patch. I mean, you cannot make this up. I refused to believe this at first. I was like, people must have photoshopped that. It can't be real. And you know how I found out this is real? Because when you forward something on Telegram, apparently, even after the original post is edited, the forwarded post does not change. So just going back to the one that I'm showing you here, you can see it says forwarded from Zelensky official. And if you click on Zelensky official, it takes you right here to the official with the check mark, the official Telegram channel with over 1.3 million subscribers. So this is from him. This is real. This is real. And if you go back to the original post on Zelensky, you can see they removed the picture. They removed it, and it says that it's edited. But you cannot change the forwarded post. So this is real. And again, I don't want to let there be no confusion. This isn't some random skull and bones from, some pirate flag toy ship at McDonald's. This is a very, very specific skull and bones. It's from the Nazis. It's from the SS, from the Schutzstaffel. Okay? If you have any illusions about what's going on, this is the exact logo right here. That's from the SS, from the 3rd SS Panzer Division. It's called the Totenkopf, or Death's Head in English. Okay? There's no mistake about it. That is the exact same thing right there. There's absolutely no mistake. I'm trying to zoom in on it for you, but it won't let me. Hold on. Do you see that right there? There is no confusion about that symbol. That is a straight up Nazi symbol. No confusion whatsoever. And be my guest. Go on Google and read up about the 3rd SS Panzer Division, about the massacres. They massacred in France during Dunkirk. I think about 100 British soldiers, 97 British soldiers. They massacred them. They participated in the invasion of Russia. They were also killing Jews in Poland, in Warsaw. They were attacking synagogues. Go read the Wikipedia page. Just this very basic, brief summary, and you will understand how disgusting the 3rd SS Panzer Division are. So again, when you hear the Ukrainian president is Jewish, there are no Nazis in Ukraine, and then he's posting a picture of a Ukrainian soldier with a Nazi patch of an SS division that attacked Jews, then massacred British soldiers. And when is he posting it? He's posting it on the day where people celebrate the victory over Nazism in Europe. You cannot make this shit up. You cannot make this up. And go on Google. Look up Zelensky death's head. No one in the Western media touched this. I'm not even exaggerating. They didn't get near this. Nothing. Look, let me show you. There is nothing here. On Google, I just typed Zelensky death's head. You have Fars News, so that's from Iran. There's not one mainstream outlet that's touched this. It's nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. So again, this whole myth that, there are no Nazis in Ukraine, put that to rest. That's Russian. That's not Russian propaganda. That's Western propaganda. They're trying to hide the truth. And I find this so ironic. This is literally peak irony. This is the pinnacle of irony. You could not find a bigger slip up. You could not find a bigger slip up. This is so embarrassing and so offensive. It's really, truly offensive. Like, this is offensive to post on any day, but especially on VE Day, makes him all the more offensive and all the more ironic. On Zelensky's official fucking Telegram, they're posting a guy with a Nazi patch right there on his chest. And it's just like NATO. You remember a few weeks ago, I showed you NATO. They posted a picture of a Ukrainian, I think it was Ukrainian woman, but it's still Ukrainian forces. And they had this Sonnenrad, this black sun wheel on their chest. And that's also another symbol that was used, you could say appropriated by the Nazis. They appropriated a lot of things, but this one is certainly very, very, very distinctively Nazi. There's no question about this. Anybody who's telling you that this is not a Nazi symbol is a fucking dunce and a mule and should never speak about anything related to politics or history ever again in their lives. This is a straight up SS symbol. I recognize this immediately. There's no question whatsoever. And I want to show you some more ignorance that we've seen perpetuated during VE Day. So you had several myths coming out, right? They say that Putin was going to declare war on Ukraine on May 9th. And the logic behind this, you might be confused because, well, Ukraine and Russia are already at war. Not officially. Russia did not declare war officially on Ukraine. The official narrative is that it's a special military operation. It's something limited in scope. It's not all-out war. Okay? So you had things like this that you were seeing in the Western press where they were claiming that Putin is going to declare war on Ukraine. And this is according to US and Western officials. I can show you, for example, Ben Wallace, who's the British Defense Secretary, who got pranked, if you'll remember. And he was saying that as well on LBC. Listen to what he's saying here.
Well, I think we've seen a number of statements from Putin recently about, this is becoming a war. This is a proxy war, which it isn't. This is, everyone, Nazis are everywhere, basically. It's not just in Ukraine. The NATO is full of Nazis. And I think what he's going to try and do is he's going to move from his quote-unquote special operation. He's been rolling the pitch, laying the ground for being able to say, look, this is now a war against Nazis, and what I need is more people. I need more Russian cannon fodder, basically. His generals have led so many to their deaths already that I would not be surprised, and I don't have any information about this, that he is probably going to declare on this May Day that we are now at war with the world's Nazis and we need to mass mobilize the
I have no information about this. It's just, I'm just the defense minister. But he's totally going to declare war. What does that mean? You're the fucking defense minister. You cannot just say things like Russia is going to declare war and say like, oh, but I have no information. Who has the information then? Who has it? Mr. Wallace. Who has the information? You are the defense secretary. Jesus. What do we do with these incompetent people? Here, look, CNBC. All-out war on Ukraine? Putin could be gearing up for something big this victory day. It sounds like a Burger King ad or something. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This is the kind of garbage we've been seeing. And of course, Zelensky, he went and he put out an interesting video. I'm going to play it to you. Get ready. So this is it.
Ми боремось за нову перемогу. Шлях до неї важкий, але ми не сумніваємось, що переможемо. В чому наша перевага над ворогом? Ми розумніші на одну книгу. Це підручник з історії України. Ми б не знали горя, якби всі наші вороги вміли читати і робити правильні висновки. 24 лютого Росія почала наступ. Наступ на ті самі граблі. На них наступає нога кожного окупанта, який приходить на нашу землю. Ми пережили різні війни, але всі мали один фінал. Нашу землю засівали кулі і снаряди, але жоден ворог не зміг пустити.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. As a Syrian, this is very nice, right? I've said things like this myself. I've told you, if you go to Syria, you're gonna find Roman ruins, Greek ruins. You're gonna everything from the Ottomans, like all the civilizations, they all tried to come and take it, and then in the end they get kicked out. Their empires are crushed. They fall and so on. But he is going for a different point here, and he ends up saying in the end that basically the Russians are Nazis. Okay, so he's parroting the same kind of line that you're hearing from everybody else that I just showed you. Okay, and this is the part where he says
Дому не повернувся кожен п'ятий українець. А загалом війна забрала щонайменше 50 мільйонів людських життів. Ми не кажемо «можемо повторити», бо хотіти повторити. 2194 дні війни може тільки божевільний, той, хто вже повторює сьогодні жахливі злочини гітлерівського режиму, наслідує нацистську
again, he's saying that the Russians are following Nazi philosophy. I don't know about that. I feel like this is becoming a clown show now because, again, feel free to criticize the Russians, be my guest, but watering down these terms is what you're doing. You know, when you just call anyone you don't like a fascist and a Nazi, you start, you know what I mean? You start diluting what the phrase, the term means. That's the problem. I want to show you something else that's interesting. So, you know, Zelensky or his social media team, they posted that Nazi patch. This is what happened when the Russian ambassador, or I should say deputy ambassador in New York, tried to raise this on Sky News. Look how they cut him off. To me, it looks like they cut him off. You guys tell me what you think.
The British Defence Secretary's statement today, Ben Wallace, who talking about Victory Day, more or less said that today's Russian forces are dishonouring their grandfathers who fought the Nazis. And he said, and I quote in there, that what Russian forces are doing now in Ukraine is mirroring fascism.
Well, it's entirely up to his conscience to say such blasphemous things. I can only reply by saying that it's absolutely disastrous and shameless what UK is doing right now, forgetting everything what we were fighting about. And I will only give you one example. I will show you what appeared today at the official page of President Zelensky. Here, you can see it in Instagram. And this is an emblem. You see it right now. I will make it bigger. So that's the emblem. Do you know what it is? It's Totenkopf. It's an emblem of a German division, SS division in the Second World War. So he published on the Victory Day an emblem of a fighter of right sector with this emblem, saying that this is a symbol. No, don't interrupt me, sir, please. This is a symbol of fight against Nazism, as he sees it. This was deleted after half an hour, but of course we have a copy of this. And do you know that this Totenkopf division was responsible for murder of 100 Britons in France at the beginning of the Second World War?
That's true.
So it means that UK now is covering Ukrainian authorities, which display Nazi symbols during the Victory Day. And these Nazi symbols were used by the same regiments that killed British people. Isn't that a little bit strange?
I'm only interrupting you because you've had your say, and we've run out of time, Mr. Polyansky. Thank you very much indeed to talk to you. And should just say that those images that were shown by Mr. Polyansky, well, we haven't been able to independently verify them. And you're watching Sky News.
Oh, that was so good. I hadn't seen the last second where he says we haven't been able to independently verify them and you're watching Sky News. Like, the worst plug ever. We can't do our jobs. Welcome to Sky News. That's just brilliant. What a beautiful ad. What a beautiful ad. Well, guess what, Sky News? I did your fucking jobs for you because you're pathetic journalists. You can't do anything. And I have verified them. I have the link right in front of me. This was posted by Zelensky. It was forwarded by many people, and you cannot alter the forwarded post on Telegram. It links right back to his official channel, and there is the SS symbol. So, without a shadow of a doubt, this is a real post, and it was from Zelensky before he edited it, before he removed it and changed it. And this was also on Instagram, so not just Telegram. And again, we don't need this one picture. You know, one picture by itself doesn't mean anything. But the irony of it, like on VE Day, it's truly, it's like they no matter how hard they tried, they can't help letting these images slip by because they are rampant. Whether it's NATO or it's the Foreign Ministry of Ukraine with those two girls that they posted. You remember we looked at that photo as well of the sun wheel, and then here with the Totenkopf. Come on, man. This is pathetic. Do you have nobody who can vet these things? Like, just hire some fucking historian, like a measly basic historian. Just look at these things before you post them. My goodness, please. This is embarrassing. You got like people in high school who can do better than you. What is wrong? In any case, they were basically talking about Putin's speech. Okay, this is this is a great part. You're going to love this, right? This is the part with Western media where they tell you about Putin's speech. They never show it to you. And they give you this like really deep, insightful psychoanalysis of what Putin is saying, but without showing you, because you're not allowed. You are not adult enough to actually hear what Putin is saying. This is verboten. This is 9-9. I don't know why I'm putting on this accent. I speak German. But it's verboten, right? It's forbidden. You're not allowed. You are not an adult. It's for your own good. RT is banned. Everything Russia is banned. Russian trees, Russian cats, Russian music. You know, it sounds like I'm being hyperbolic. I'm not. This is actually what we've come to. So, unlike the garbage mainstream media who think that you are too immature to make up your own mind when presented with the facts, I will show you both sides. I showed you Ben Wallace, the UK Defense Secretary. I played you a clip from Sky News. I showed you from CBS. I've shown you multiple headlines from Western media. And I show you the Russian side. And I let you make up your mind. Okay? But on Western media, when you turn on Sky News or BBC, they only show you their side. And they never, ever, ever show you anything else. We are not garbage mainstream media. So we will do things differently. Now, obviously, this victory parade that they have in Red Square is very famous. You guys might have seen images of it on book covers or in history books or on the internet, because they have it every year, right? And this is the one from this year. It looks, obviously, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. It's an hour 50, but just so I'm just going to skim through it very quickly. It's very fancy, very big, and quite impressive. And this is something that they've been doing since they beat the Nazis in World War II. You can see here they have the iconic T-34 tank. So we were discussing this the other day, how the Russians, they were kind of, you know, they were able to beat the Nazis in one aspect due to their industry, right? So the Germans, they would build things like the Tiger tank, which is very, very competent, very, very advanced for its time. You know, it's got an 88 millimeter cannon. It's a behemoth, but the problem is it has engine problems. It's hard to get replacement parts. Training the crews takes a long time. So the Germans, they would build these very nice, complex machines, but they're fucking useless in war because war is about attrition, especially in World War II. Who can produce the most? Who can send the most weapons? Who can do the most? And the Germans, they were more fixated on that. It helped them in some ways. The Russians, meanwhile, they were building things like this, the T-34, very cheap, very quick, very easy to produce. So they were able to outproduce the Germans with cheaper tanks. And that's one reason, it's not the only reason, but it's one reason why they won the war. And they caused 80% of German casualties. Just one reason. So that's what they had on this victory parade. And then, of course, they show off their nuclear missiles and their ballistic missiles. And it's very big, okay? And what you have also is a speech from Putin. Now, obviously, it's too long to play the whole thing, but I tried to find a translated part, and I will show you this one. So this is what I could find that had subtitles on it. Give me a second. And let's take a look.
В открытую шла подготовка к очередной карательной операции на Донбассе, к вторжению на наши исторические земли, включая Крым. В Киеве заявляли о возможном приобретении ядерного оружия. Блок НАТО начал активное военное освоение прилегающих к нам территорий. Таким образом, планомерно создавалась абсолютно неприемлемая для нас угроза, причем непосредственно у наших границ. Россия дала упреждающий отпор агрессии. Это было вынужденное, своевременное и единственно правильное решение. Решение суверенной, сильной, самостоятельной страны.
So, what do you think they commented about that in the Times, in ABC? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. So here, this is somebody from the Times. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
This has always been Putin's strategy and his strength, that he plays the bad boy, he plays the out of control bully and expects us to be the adults in the room. This was never going to be a big programmatic statement, and that's not really the role of his speech on Victory Day. And in any case, the idea of him declaring mobilization and scaling up his quote unquote special military operation to a war would in effect have been admitting defeat. And the last day you want to be doing that is on Victory Day. So instead, as you say, we got this, the
That's weird because they said he was going to declare war, and then when he didn't declare war, they said, well, of course he didn't declare war because that would be admitting defeat.
Usual stuff. But I would say that the rhetoric was in a way dialed up to 11. It was essentially about how the Western world is all against us. We face proxy war.
But that's true. Do you see? He doesn't say it's not true because he knows it's fucking true. He just said, well, the rhetoric was dialed up to 11. Like, which kind of implies that it's not true. Like, he's off his rocker. He's mad. He's angry, and he's just lying and all this stuff. But it is a proxy war, and the West is against Russia. Like, come on, stop treating us like children, man. What is this? What is this garbage?
We face proxy war. The neo-Nazis, as he put them, of the Ukrainian government, they were thinking about getting nuclear weapons. I mean, a lot of truly preposterous nonsense.
Whoa. I'm going to stop you right there, Chief. Hold on a second. I just showed you Zelensky's telegram tweeting out a guy with a Nazi patch. I mean, that's pretty Nazi to me. That's unmistakable. And I want to ask you something. If the Russians had done that, if the Kremlin had posted a neo-Nazi symbol, what do you think they would be doing on CNN? They'd be shitting on them, right? They'd be doing, they'd be screaming like there's no tomorrow. You know, that's how it is. But because Zelensky did it, he let the cat out of the bag. They have to go hush hush on this, and they can't tell you. And then the thing with the nuclear, hold on a second. Now, again, I really don't know if this is the real reason, because some people think like, oh, well, the real reason that the Russians went into Ukraine is because Zelensky was planning on getting nuclear weapons, so on. I don't know if that's true, but I can show you what the Russians are thinking and what they're pointing to. So this is the Munich conference, which took place just a few weeks before the war started. And what the Russians point to is what Zelensky said at this conference. And he was upset because at the end of the Cold War, the Ukrainians, they had the third largest stockpile of nuclear weapons, which is ridiculous, right? Like, that's not a joke. That is really not a joke. And they gave it up. They gave it up in exchange for security guarantees, okay? And this is what Zelensky said. He said, Ukraine has received security guarantees for abandoning the world's third nuclear capability. We don't have that weapon. We also have no security. We also do not have part of the territory of our state that is larger in area than Switzerland, the Netherlands, or Belgium. And most importantly, we don't have millions of our citizens. We don't have all of this. Therefore, we have something. We have the right to demand a shift from a policy of appeasement to ensuring security and peace guarantees. And he says that since 2014, Ukraine has tried 3 times to convene consultations with the guarantor states of the Budapest Memorandum. So if I'm not mistaken, that includes Russia, the UK, I think even China. There's a couple of them, right? And he says 3 times without success. Today, Ukraine will do it for the 4th time. I, as president, will do this for the 1st time. But both Ukraine and I are doing this for the last time. I'm initiating consultations in the framework of the Budapest Memorandum. And he is basically, again, I don't know if that's what he means. You know, this is the thing with politics. You cannot look at one paragraph and isolate it. You have to put it into context with what's happening. And he is basically saying that we have the Russians on our border. Their armies are gathering. And we had nuclear weapons, and we gave up those weapons. And we've tried time and again to receive those guarantees given to us by the memorandum, and we have failed. And so we have to look for alternative courses. So what does that mean? If you're the Russians, you might be sitting there and thinking, is this motherfucker getting nukes? What does that mean? And when you look at the number of weapons that have come in from NATO to Ukraine, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Ukraine has more weapons from NATO than actual NATO members. I've lost count. I've literally lost count how many billions of weapons they've sent. So 20 billion just the other day. That was followed by 800 million, 1.5 billion from the EU. And then going back to the US, Biden literally just signed the Lend-Lease Act. So that's unlimited weapons to Ukraine. So if the idea is to get Ukraine into NATO, which is what NATO said in 2008, or to make Ukraine a NATO partner, the possibilities are endless, right? How can you look at what's happening right now and say NATO doesn't support Ukraine? It does. And it supports Ukraine to a degree that even NATO members do not enjoy. Do you understand? And we have to look at the fact that Ukrainian troops have been trained to be interoperable with NATO troops. They are trained to the same standard as NATO troops and can work with NATO units. They can be plucked in and out with NATO troops. Do you understand? That's the whole point. So I don't know if it's too far-fetched. I really don't know. I'm speculating here. But this is the Russians' logic. I'm explaining to you what the Russians think. They're seeing these comments from Zelensky, and they're thinking this guy is trying to get nukes, maybe. I don't know. Now, whether that's what he actually meant, and whether that's what actually happened, those are two completely different things. But I'm just trying to explain to you the Russian rationale. And me personally, seeing how much support and money they are pouring into Ukraine, if I were the Russians, I'd be worried. Because these motherfuckers, they do not play honest, man. They play very, very dirty. They play very, very dirty. I want to show you some more things from the Western coverage of Putin's speech. So this is from the Wall Street Journal. Please pay attention to this because this is so funny. And I want to highlight something, okay? So here you go.
Mr. Putin told the nation today that Russian forces are in Ukraine to defend the homeland, to fight against Nazism and fascism.
Обращаюсь сейчас к нашим...
So she's basically at the parade from the Wall Street Journal, okay? And here's this guy, ABC's Moscow bureau. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Patrick Reevell. I'm a reporter from ABC's Moscow bureau, and today in Russia is Victory Day. It's the national holiday that marks the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. And under Vladimir Putin, it's become Russia's key national holiday. It's become a centerpiece of his regime. It's also the day when we watch him preside over a huge military parade in Moscow. But this year, Vladimir Putin is trying to use the holiday to galvanize support for his war in Ukraine. And he's doing...
Isn't that funny, man? Like, these guys, they talk about, there's no press freedoms in Russia. They're so repressive. And these motherfuckers are at the parade from ABC, from the Wall Street Journal. They're in the parade. And they're so like, man, this Putin motherfucker, he's using Victory Day. Can you imagine Press TV or RT having correspondence in the US near Joe Biden? Not in your wildest dreams. They wouldn't even let US journalists get that fucking close. Can you imagine? Like, this is unheard of. You would never ever have that. So just again, keep this in mind. The next time tell you, oh, there's no press freedoms in Russia. They're so barbaric. They won't let any foreign journalists in. Complete bullshit. Complete nonsense. You would never see that in the US. Not in your wildest dreams. Again, let me show you this how she's just at the parade. Right here. She's literally at the parade doing her whole bit. Can you imagine that? Like somebody from RT at a US military parade near Joe Biden. It never in a million years. So again, just some funny double standards that I noticed. Here's another clip. I don't speak Russian, but I understood the word "ура" from this one.
Слава нашим доблестным вооруженным силам! За Россию! За победу! Ура! Слава нашим...
Wow. I can see why the Nazis lost. So I think that about sums it up in terms of the World War II Victory Day. What a complete colossal nightmare. I mean, here's again a photo of the Russian ambassador in Poland after being doused with this red paint in the Soviet military ceremony. Cemetery during the ceremony. So really just terrible propaganda all around. Really, really terrible. And I think it's very disgusting that they're likening the Soviets to the Nazis. This is so ignorant on multiple levels because, as I said, the Soviets, they suffered more than anyone else, any other country, whether it's the UK or France or the US. They suffered more losses, 27 million losses. They inflicted more German casualties, 80%. They're the ones who actually got to Berlin first. And they liberated Berlin. And you go and you call them Nazis on VE Day. When NATO is actually giving weapons to Nazis and Zelensky's posting Nazi symbols on VE Day, I mean, the irony here is you see, it's not just insulting, it's ironic because they meaning NATO, are actually giving weapons to Nazis. and Zelensky is posting, or his social media team are posting these symbols of Nazis, and then they go and point the finger, you're a Nazi. What? You don't have to like the Russians, but you have to see, you must accept that this is some real hypocrisy going on here. It's very disgusting, and it's very, very nefarious. You see how they lie to you. You see how they twist things. It's very, very dirty. Very, very dirty. That's why I call it the Twilight Zone. It's like an episode of the Twilight Zone. Everybody is gone. They look at countries like North Korea or Russia and Iran, all the bad countries, right? The so-called axis of evil. And then they say those countries are regimes and everybody's brainwashed and they have all these there's no freedom of thought allowed. There's no freedom of expression. Everybody's like following the same line like a bunch of sheep. But actually, when you think about it, and when you look at the things that I just showed you, and you think about how there's no dissent allowed, and you have to kind of follow this one opinion about NATO and about Ukraine and about Russia, you start to understand that it's actually the West that has a population that is brainwashed like zombies, that has state media that is controlling people's thoughts and directing them in one single, file. And only one single narrative is allowed. And if you speak otherwise, they'll ban your YouTube channel, right? They'll deplatform you. They'll take away your PayPal account. They will fire you from whatever newspaper you work at. And this is not unique to now. I wish it were unique. Like, that would be half an issue if it was just now. But the problem, it's always like this. A few years ago, they're doing the same thing about Syria. Assad is a dictator. He's killing his own people. Like, as if killing people in general is okay, but it's only bad when he kills his own people. Like, what does that even mean? But, it's the same thing. Assad. And if you say anything else, Assadist. And then before that, Saddam Hussein. Saddam. Oh, you're a Saddam apologist. And then before that, Bin Laden. Oh, you're an Al-Qaeda sympathizer. It's never ending. They always have some, like, existential threat, which is actually it's not existential at all. It's just hyped up. It's propagandized so they can justify things like $40 billion for weapons. This is obscene. I don't even know what $40 billion is. I cannot even imagine what that is. My brain does not grasp this amount of money. And they're just pissing it away on weapons, right? And they market it to you as, it's essential. Look, there are Nazis. The Russians are Nazis. What? Who are you sending those javelins to? Pretty sure that guy's a Nazi with the patches. Oh no, you're not allowed to say that. That's Putin propaganda. Oh my God. This is the fucking Twilight Zone. Okay. Let's continue. I see we've got 2,500 people watching. Welcome, everybody. Those of you who just tuned in, tell me where you are tuning in from in the chat. And please make sure you hit the like button because I only see 1,600 likes. Somebody in the comments said, I thought it was only 33 billion. Yeah, but I'm talking about all the other money that they've added to it. So there's 1.5 billion from the EU. There's 800 million there. Another 800 million there. I've lost count. And hold on, there's more. I saw, I'm losing count every other day. Like every third day, they have new weapons packages. And I'm not even talking about the Lend-Lease yet. Okay, because these are not considered part of the Lend-Lease. Hold on, what was the latest one? Something with 175 million, I think it was. 150 million. Close enough. What's 25 million? It's nothing. 25 million, that's a joke, like compared to these numbers. So 4 days ago, Biden administration announced $150 million worth of weapons. And I bet you, in the next 48 hours, the next 72 hours, you'll see another one. Why not? Why not? It's open season. No one is asking questions. You're not allowed to ask questions. Mulsey says, with China itching over Taiwan and the big obvious Ukraine situation, maybe this is a question for another day, how do you think blockchain technology will impact the incentives behind geopolitics? This is a very good question, and I'll have to leave the blockchain for another time, but I was going to talk about Taiwan. So you've kind of spoiled that for everybody now. I'm kidding. But I will get to Taiwan next. That is a very good, very, very good topic right now, because I think people are seeing some similarities between what's going on right now and Taiwan. Again, I'll get to that in a moment. I don't want to spoil it. I see we got 1,900 likes. Come on, guys. There's 500 of you who have not hit the like button. Please make sure you hit it because we need to fight the algorithm. Now, just give me a second over here to check something. I see we've got several people who signed up to support the channel on Patreon. I want to say thank you to Flapman, to Vitch, and to Michael. Thank you guys very much. And I will play a crab dance for you. This is the tradition on the channel. And while the crab dance is playing, after that, we will go on to the next segment. Okay, so let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you take this? Why, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right, guys, we're back. I was sneaking off to get something to drink, but we are ready and happy. Well, I mean, given the subjects, I wouldn't blame you if you're not happy. But anyway, thank you, Piano Man, for the super chat, and I appreciate your support very much. So, let's talk about Taiwan and China and the US. Big topic. Very big topic. Okay. Let's talk about Taiwan, China, and the US. The United States has had a one China policy for the last 40, 50 years, right? So the idea is that there is only one China, and they do not support independence for Taiwan. Now, a few days ago, the State Department did something that really angered China, because if you look at the State Department website a few days ago, okay, so this page is called U.S. Relations with Taiwan, okay? It's the Bilateral Relations Fact Sheet. And you scroll down here, and they say very clearly, the United States does not support Taiwan independence. Now, if you go to the live website, that line is gone. They've removed it. And this has people really confused, because that is a very clear sentence, right? The US does not support Taiwan independence. Very crystal clear. As clear as it gets. And now they've put something very wishy-washy in its place. Right now, it says the United States has a long-standing one China policy, which is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 US-China joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. So it's like kind of saying the same thing, but it's not as unequivocal right? And the Chinese are angry about this. So this is from Reuters, May 10th. They say China rebukes the United States for changing Taiwan wording on State Department website. China's foreign ministry on Tuesday slammed the US for changing the wording on its State Department website about Taiwan, saying, quote, political manipulation will not succeed in changing the status quo over the island. The State Department website sanction, I'm so used to reading State Department with the word sanction. It says the State Department website section on relations with Taiwan has removed wording on not supporting Taiwan independence. So that's exactly what I just told you. Now, Washington say the update does not reflect a change in policy. China's government considers the democratically ruled island to be inviolable Chinese territory. Again, just for those of you, I realize this might be a little unclear geographically, so let's just pull that up on a map just so you understand what we're talking about here, okay? There you go. Okay, so China considers Taiwan to be part of China. Taiwan considers itself independent, and the US does not support its independence. But now, has that changed? I don't know. I really don't know. Now, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman said there is only one China. Taiwan belongs to China, and the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the whole country. So, Taiwan, they're actually basically just repeating everything I just told you. But I want to say something very, very clear after this quote from Ned Price. Ned Price said that while some of the wording may have changed, our underlying policy has not changed. We regularly do updates on our fact sheets. Our fact sheets reflect, in the case of Taiwan, our rock-solid unofficial relationship with Taiwan, and we call upon China to behave responsibly and to not manufacture pretenses to increase pressure on Taiwan. Now, I got to be honest, guys, because we are discussing international politics, international relations, and you can't look at something by itself. You always have to look at the context, okay? Now, when I'm seeing this, the first thing that comes to my mind is how just a few weeks ago, in April, a US delegation visited Taiwan, led by Lindsey Graham, none other. This is from The Hill. This is dated 15th of April. Lindsey Graham leads US delegation to Taiwan. There they are. They've just landed, okay? So, Lindsey Graham tweeted that the people of Taiwan are great allies of the US, and he called Taiwan a beacon of freedom in a troubled region. China, of course, was angry. They were angered by this. They say China is firmly opposed to any form of official exchanges between the US and Taiwan. Relevant US lawmakers should abide by the one China policy upheld by the US government, and the US should stop those actions. So, do you guys understand what's going on here? I hope this is clear enough to you, because just to sort of draw a very crude, rudimentary example or analogy. In the US, imagine if the Chinese were going to Puerto Rico, okay, they're sending a delegation to Puerto Rico, and they're not saying we consider Puerto Rico independent, but we have relations with Puerto Rico. Now, the United States, okay, for them, Puerto Rico is the US. It's a US territory. No matter the status, they view it as being American. It's US. So when you see the Chinese or a sovereign country, a foreign sovereign country, establishing ties with something that you consider part of your own, that confuses you, right? Because it looks like to you that they're trying to snatch it away or turn it against you. Do you understand the idea here? Again, this is very basic kind of, I'm just trying to draw some very, very basic example just so you understand the issue here. But it's very bad because when you look at the broader context, it's not looking good, man. Remember, a few days ago, you had this whole issue. The Chinese drawing up a security pact with the Solomon Islands. And then, of course, the Americans were very angry about that, because they fear that the Chinese will put a military base in the Solomon Islands. Now, just to be clear, that pact does not talk or mention a military base. The idea is that it opens up the door to many sorts of and types of cooperation, and one of them could be a base, of course. So what you're seeing right now, just to recap the last sort of 6-9 months, the United States, the UK, and Australia formed a military alliance called AUKUS, which is very clearly aimed at China. China is putting, potentially putting a base in the Solomon Islands. In any case, they have a security pact now with the Solomon Islands. The US is sending a delegation to Taiwan, changing its wording on the State Department website. It's not looking good, right? Now, of course, you could look at this and say, well, you've always had incidents like this, and you would be correct. You would be absolutely correct. This could mean a lot of things, and it could also mean absolutely nothing. This could just as well go back to normal tomorrow morning, and we wouldn't hear anything about Taiwan for many years. But, like I said, you should look at it in context. You should not look at this, oh, they just changed their stupid website. Why are you making a big deal about it? It's not about the fucking website. It's about AUKUS. It's about the Solomon Islands. It's about the delegation that went there last month. Do you understand how this works? This is how you know that they're brewing trouble, because you often have US delegations viewing countries that the US is about to send weapons to, right? And I think back to Syria when John McCain went into Syria illegally, right? And what do there? They go there and they speak to people and they say, oh, we're freedom-loving people and we're going to send you a bunch of weapons and all the things that you need to get rid of Assad. So he, of course, this is what I love about McCain, right? About the Republicans. They're always talking about, oh, people are coming into our borders illegally, and then they just walk into Syria with no visa, right? So it's okay for them to violate other people's borders and send weapons there and so on. In any case, as that happened afterwards, we saw lots of weapons coming into Syria through the CIA to these moderate rebels who are basically Al-Qaeda, and they have ruined the country. And then if you go back, you'll see a video of Lindsey Graham, none other. Lindsey Graham, who went to Taiwan last month, in Ukraine in 2014, right? So you always have these congressional leaders, these delegations going to countries that they're just about to screw, okay? So that's how this works. And that's why, for me, it doesn't look that good. It doesn't really look so promising. I hope that nothing happens, obviously, because the best thing is to have a diplomatic solution, no war, and so on. You should keep in mind that when the US has ties with Taiwan, they don't just have like a consulate there or something like that. This is also a place that they are ready to arm, all right? So you could very well see something similar to Ukraine, where they're pumping weapons into Taiwan. Yeah, it's not far-fetched. And you could very well see the US potentially using that against China. And one thing that I would remind you of, because if you're not really understanding the situation or you're a bit confused, one thing that you should always ask yourself is, who is going to who? Okay? Who is coming to the other person's doorstep? Is China coming to the United States? Or is China in the Florida Keys? Is China sending delegations to Puerto Rico? No, it's the United States that is sending ships and nuclear-powered submarines, not nuclear-armed, nuclear-powered submarines to Australia to put in the Indo-Pacific near China. It is the United States that is sending delegation to Taiwan, okay, which the Chinese consider their own country. So how is another country sending officials to Taiwan without telling you, without informing you, without, going through you? That undermines Chinese sovereignty. Do you understand? And this is very big, because you've been hearing NATO and CNN and everybody talking about, Ukraine sovereignty. They love talking about international law all of a sudden after they violate Chinese sovereignty, they violate Libyan sovereignty, Syrian sovereignty, every country, in Latin America, and so on. Now, all of a sudden, they care about international law. And so while they're doing that with Ukraine, you can see how much they care about Chinese sovereignty. And this is very dangerous, because the one China policy is something that even Trump upheld that. Even Trump, right? And as you can tell, he's no fan of China. But my point is that every US president in the last 40 years, since the late 70s, right, has upheld this policy. So it's really not a good idea to mess with that. It's really not a good idea to mess with that, because I think this situation with Ukraine and messing with Russia, poking the Russians, provoking them, and causing this whole situation, that's bad enough. We don't need another Ukraine, between Taiwan and China. And of course, I would not be surprised. And a lot of people, they think that if something were to happen, you're going to see the whole propaganda machine, kick back into gear, and all these gears are going to start churning and grinding. And they're going to do the same thing that you're seeing now. Taiwanese independence and Taiwanese sovereignty, and they're going to blast you full of pro-Taiwan messages 24/7 and so on. And again, it's like, I don't have anything against Taiwan. I'm just telling you that you're going to see a lot of media propaganda, a lot of, State Department talking points being fed to you and shoved down your throat so they can justify whatever action they take over there, whether it's sanctions, whether it's war. War are sanctions. Sanctions are part of war. It's the same thing for me. I consider them the exact same thing. But just so you understand that they have different tools that they can reach for to provoke China with. And then that can escalate. That's my point. So, not looking good, in my opinion. It's too many things happening one after the other in a short period of time, which I just told you a few minutes ago. Doesn't look good to me. And really, there's enough war and suffering in the world. I really don't need any more, especially not with China, right? Messing with a country of that size. So, give me a second and I'll move on to the next topic. Let's continue with what we have over here. So this is from a few hours ago. This is breaking news. This is from a few hours ago. From Reuters, breaking news. They say Ukraine to halt key Russian gas transit to Europe, blames Moscow. Let's see what's going on, because this is brand new to me as well. So we'll go through it together. Ukraine said on Tuesday it would suspend the flow of gas through a transit point, which it said delivers almost a third of the fuel piped from Russia to Europe through Ukraine, blaming Moscow for the move and saying it would move the flows elsewhere. Is that a nice way of saying we're going to steal it? I don't know what that means. Ukraine has remained a major transit route for Russian gas to Europe, even after Moscow's invasion. GTSOU, which operates Ukraine's gas system, said it would stop shipments via the Sokranivka route from Wednesday, declaring force majeure, a clause invoked when a business is hit by something beyond its control. But Gazprom, which has a monopoly on Russian gas exports by pipeline, said it was technologically impossible to shift all volumes to the Sudzha interconnection point further west, as GTSU proposed. Now, the CEO told Reuters that Russian occupying forces had started taking gas transiting through Ukraine and sending it to two Russian-backed separatist regions in the country's east. He did not cite evidence. The company said it could not operate at the Novopskov gas compressor station due to the interference of the occupying forces in technical processes. Ukraine's suspension of Russian gas flows through the Sokranivka route should not have an impact on the domestic Ukrainian market. That's what the head of the energy firm Naftogaz is telling Reuters. The state gas company Moldova, a small nation on Ukraine's western border, said it has not received any notice that supplies would be interrupted. I'm trying to see how this is going to affect Europe, because my gut feeling was that it's not going to affect Ukraine that much. But obviously, we know Russia delivers so much gas to Europe, so that's the question. But let's keep reading. Let's see what they're saying. This compressor station in the Luhansk region, okay, so it's called the Novopskov compressor station, is being occupied by Russian forces and separatist fighters since soon after Moscow began. So that's February. And it is the first compressor in the Ukraine gas transit system in the Luhansk region, the transit route for around 32.6 million cubic meters of gas a day. Or, in other words, a third of the Russian gas which is piped to Europe through Ukraine. Okay, so again, I think it's good to be specific here, because they're not saying a third of total Russian gas piped to Europe. They're saying it's a third of Russian gas piped to Europe through Ukraine. Am I understanding that correctly? I think there's a nuance there. Because if this was that big of an amount, would cause real problems. In any case, well, again, this is big. This is very big, because it seems to me, and again, this is I just read this fresh with you guys. It seems to me that they're just simply cutting off the delivery or part of the delivery of Russian gas to Europe. And we have to ask ourselves, who benefits from that? All right, that's always a good question to ask. Who benefits from that? And then you might understand why they're doing it. Well, just having covered this whole gas and payments in rubles debacle on this channel every single step of the way, it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. And from what I've seen, they couldn't do anything. The Europeans, they couldn't do anything to stop Russian gas because they need the Russian gas. They are absolutely dependent on it. Maybe Poland got away with, transitioning off of that. But again, Poland is kind of a special case. It has an LNG terminal. It has a pipeline with Norway opening in October. It has a new pipeline that just opened with Lithuania. Poland is an exception. Germany, Austria, Hungary, these are other cases, right? You have to look at those ones because they do not have LNG terminals. Austria's landlocked. Germany doesn't have a single LNG terminal, so on. So they've not been able to get off of Russian gas, and they said, oh, this is going to take a long time. And you saw the EU wants to ban Russian oil, and Hungary said that's going to take 3 to 5 years, not 9 months. You're out of your mind. And I don't know what to make of this. This looks very fishy to me. Is this kind of a last resort measure? Like, we couldn't outsmart the Russians. They found a way to make us pay for the gas, with this K account, the ruble account. So you can keep sending euros. You don't have to go buy rubles. They'll do it for you. And the Russians refused to use the gas as a weapon. Because again, you could consider, yes, the Russians would lose a lot of money, but if they wanted to, they could also shut off the gas valves as a weapon, right? I mean, let's be very clear here. If you really, really wanted to screw Europe, I'm speaking hypothetically, and you are in Russia, you just turn off the gas. Because the economic loss that the Russians would suffer in revenue is nowhere. You cannot compare that to the cataclysm this would cause in Europe, right? That's really something. I mean, they say the Russians are as bad as the Nazis and so on. If they really were that evil, they would have cut off the gas. Do you get what I'm saying? No, that's suicidal, and it's stupid, and it's very detrimental. And I don't know what the point of this is now, trying to divert the gas. I mean, this is basically theft, right? It's basically theft because what's interesting to me is they said, Russia, you have to send us the gas that we agreed on, and we will pay you in the currency we agreed on. It's in the contract, okay? And here, they're saying that they're going to take some of this gas away and divert it away because of force majeure, right? So, as you said, this is in case of disaster and so on, that they can do that. But everything is operating fine. The Russians have been delivering the gas on time. There's no real excuse to take it away or confiscate it or divert it. So that's very weird. I don't understand why it's, they basically yell at Russia to abide by its contractual obligations, and then when it does, they still take away the gas. Where's it going? This is very, very stinky, very fishy. Something going on here. I don't know what to make of this, honestly. What do you guys think? You tell me right now, since we're live. Tell me in the comments what you think. But I'm gonna look up more things on this because I need more information. Yeah, this is again from a few hours ago. They're just a few articles. There's not that many. There are not that many. This is from the New York Times. The headline reads, Ukraine says it will stop transporting some Russian gas. And the operator of Ukraine's natural gas grid is accusing Russian troops of endangering the pipeline's stability and safety. You guys in the comments, you're saying that Ukraine is stealing gas. Someone else is saying stockpiling. And you guys are saying they are rationing gas for Ukrainian-friendly countries. Yeah, I don't know. Could be. Could be. Again, let me just skim through this because I don't want to repeat the same things we just read from Reuters. Often these articles are copy-pasted. I wish I were joking. But let's see what they're saying here. Right, so this is an important point. The company said the shutdown could close off about a third of the gas transiting from Russia through Ukraine. But how much of that goes to Europe? The Reuters was saying that it's only a third of the stuff going from Russia to Europe. That passes through Ukraine, okay? That's what they were saying. And natural gas prices on the Dutch TTF exchange shot up Tuesday afternoon but settled back, ending up rising 3.4% on the day to 97 euros per megawatt hour. I mean, it's so ridiculous how many times the Dutch and British benchmark have shot up like that because of this war. It's really wild. This article is very short, huh? They don't have much information either. It's just 5 paragraphs. So we already read this, and then it ends here. And they say, so far, flows of Russian gas through Ukraine have been remarkably stable despite the war. Yeah. But Ukrainian officials have repeatedly complained about the actions of Russians and warned that they risked a shutdown of the gas transmission. Now, hold on a second. Hold on right there. The Russians are getting paid because of this gas, right? They're not only getting money, they're getting paid extra because the gas prices have gone up because of the war. So the Russians are getting paid very, very well. Please explain to me why on earth the Russians would go and disturb or disrupt the delivery of gas when they depend on that financially. This makes no sense to me. Again, let me read that to you. Ukrainian officials have repeatedly complained about the actions of Russians and warned that they risked a shutdown of the gas transmission. Is that a threat? Or are they saying the Russians are doing that because they're being reckless? That doesn't make any sense. Look, this guy down here, okay, so the CEO of Naftogaz, so Vitrenko, we saw him in the Reuters article. So Naftogaz is the Ukrainian national energy company that has the transit contract with Gazprom, Russia's natural gas supplier. He said that the occupying Russian troops were in the habit of entering gas installations and trying to interfere with their operating systems. They want to control everything. Again, I don't know what this means because, let's say he's telling the truth, okay? We're going to, give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, fine. What I'm trying to understand is logically why they would do that when they need this stuff to get paid. They keep saying, we have to cut Russian gas because this is funding Putin's war chest. How many times has von der Leyen, the head of the EU Commission, got up and said that fucking phrase? How many times? I've lost count. Putin's war chest, Putin's war chest. You know, just super cut all of these idiots saying that. Right? We have to get away from Russian gas. We have to wean off of Russian oil and stop funding Putin's war machine. Okay, so you are telling me this guy needs this money, the gas money that you're giving him. And now you're telling me he's also trying to disrupt the gas delivery? What the fuck? How does that make... That's a direct contradiction. It makes no fucking sense. That makes no sense at all. What I could imagine being the case is that the Russians are trying to go in and make sure that everything is running properly and it's not being sabotaged. I'm not saying that that's justifiable or it's good that they're occupying Ukraine. So I'm not discussing that. I'm just trying to understand if his statement is true, what he's talking about. He says they want to control everything. So what does that mean? They want to run the day-to-day operations of the gas delivery? They want to make sure there's no sabotage? That's very vague. It doesn't really mean anything. And the article just ends there. There's nothing else. I don't know. To me, this stinks. There's something odd here. I don't understand what this means because, like I said, it's very doesn't make any sense. And one thing that I remember, and again, this is not 100% related to this, but you guys recall a few months ago, the New York Times, incidentally, they published this article about a dam in Syria. A dam structured to stop water, and there's a dam in Syria called the Tabqa Dam. It's the biggest one, if I'm not mistaken, and the US bombed it. They dropped not just any bomb, one of their biggest bombs on this dam, and by some miracle it didn't actually explode, but it did cause enough damage that the water almost overflowed. And just to give you an idea how catastrophic this is, if the water from this dam had actually overflowed onto the lands below, more people would have died than in the entire Syrian war. Okay, that's how catastrophic this is. So, and again, bombing civilian infrastructure like a dam is a straight-up war crime. There's no question about it. This is case closed. But what happened is the the engineers that fixed the dam, right, that the Americans bombed, they were killed in a drone strike immediately after fixing the dam by the Americans. Like that is so tragic, you know? That is really, really tragic. And they were working in conditions where, you know, they had guns being pointed at them. They had very limited time to fix this. And then, of course, once they were done, they got drone strike. Just disgusting, you know? Anyway, I will keep you updated on the gas thing because I'm very interested in this. As you guys know, I've been covering every single development with the gas and the ruble payment system and all of this literally since day one, live on the channel. And I don't know why, but I find it very interesting. It's a very interesting aspect to me about the Ukraine war because it's not just something that's taking place inside Ukraine. It also affects the makeup, the geopolitical makeup of the European continent. And it affects international relations truly globally, on a global scale. So that's why it's very, very important to follow closely and look at what's going on. So again, you can see there are literally just 5 paragraphs in the New York Times. It's very limited news, but I will keep you updated on it, okay? And we'll continue on that later. So let me see what else I have for you guys. And thank you to whoever suggested this because I didn't know about it. I went live and somebody mentioned it. So this is like, you know, just from a few hours ago. Okay. Now this is... Okay, 1 second. This is a short clip, okay? This is a short clip. It's nothing long, but I still wanted to look at it with you guys because it's so telling. You know, you keep hearing about what's happening in Ukraine as it's a war between Russia and Ukraine, and that's it. And anything else is Putin propaganda. And something that they particularly like to refute is the idea that it's a proxy war, okay? Just to give you an example, here is the UK Defense Secretary insisting that it's not a proxy war.
Well, I think we've seen a number of statements from Putin recently about, you know, this is becoming a war, this is a proxy war, which it isn't, this is...
Okay, so that's the Ben Wallace, the British Defense Secretary. Now, here's another clip, the one that I wanted to show you from Fox News, I think. Yeah, and this is with Congressman Moulton. Let's see what he has to say about what's taking place in Ukraine.
If they wrap this in the Senate with a Ukraine funding and a COVID funding, you guys okay with that, Congressman Moulton?
Look, I'm going to support it because it's the right thing to do for Ukraine. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of politics involved, and there will be domestic debates here at home about other policies and whatnot. But at the end of the day, we've got to realize we're at war. And we're not just at war to support the Ukrainians. We're fundamentally at war, although it's somewhat through a proxy, with Russia, and it's important that we win.
Wow. That's incredible. That's incredible. I like these moments where the mask comes off and they let the cat out of the bag and the truth, you know, the inconvenient truth slips out. Now, obviously, we didn't need the very benevolent Congressman Moulton to bring us up to speed on this very apparent and clear reality. We know that it's a proxy war because just 2 days ago, U.S. officials are bragging in the media how they helped the Ukrainians kill Russian generals. Now, again, 12 Russian generals in 2 months seems like a bit of a stretch to me. I could be very wrong, though. Regardless, it's not just that. It's also that they've been bragging, the Americans have been bragging that they helped the Ukrainians take down the Moskva, which is the flagship Russian vessel in the Black Sea. So it's multiple things. It's not just one incident or one statement from some congressman. And when you put these things together, it becomes very clear that this is a proxy war. Now, what's different about this and other proxy wars is that usually when you're fighting a proxy war, you don't want the enemy to know that you're involved. That's the whole point of a proxy war. Like, you do the dirty work for me. Yeah? I'll give you the money, I'll give you the guns, and you do the fighting because I don't want to get involved. I don't want to face XYZ consequence. So you act as a front for me. That's the idea, okay? Just as an example, in Afghanistan, when the Soviets came in from 79 to 89 during the Cold War, the Americans were arming the Mujahideen, and that, of course, went on to people from that went on to form Al-Qaeda and the Taliban and so on. So, thanks Uncle Sam for creating Al-Qaeda. But that was also an example of a proxy war where the US was giving them stingers to shoot down Russian aircraft and other forms of training and funding and so on, and support, but without showing their hand, right? Without saying, hi, we are arming the Mujahideen to fight the Soviets. That they wanted to keep that under wraps because the very real danger posed by revealing your hand, especially as the US in this case, is that you risk a nuclear confrontation, right? Why would the US do a proxy war? Because you don't want a hot war. You don't want the US fighting with the Russians directly, because both these countries have nuclear weapons. The Russians and the Americans have the most nuclear weapons, and they would annihilate each other and we would all die, okay? The whole world would just be blown to bits. They have enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world several times over. So even if they just hit Russia or they just hit the US, the fallout, the radiation will be carried over into other countries and so on. So it's a very global concern, and that's why you don't want this. But here, the Americans are very proud, and I've never seen anything like this. I've never. Again, I think it's really important to study the Cold War and to understand the world today, because in many ways it has not changed. In some it has, but in many ways it hasn't. And I have never seen in the Cold War something like this, where the Americans are bragging. They are bragging to the media, leaking to the media, we killed those Russian generals. We gave the intelligence to kill those Russian generals. We sunk that Russian ship. What the fuck? Are you crazy? Like, how? Why are you doing this? And then it's not only that. The U.S. Defense Secretary is saying we want to weaken the Russians. And the U.S. President is saying this guy can't remain in charge. The Russian leader can't remain in charge. I have never seen anything like this. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'd love to be wrong. But even in the Cold War, when they had nukes pointed at each other in multiple continents, never they said shit like that. They would actually go and sit down and negotiate and have peace talks and avert this kind of stuff. And with that said, there's a lot of bloodbaths and bloodshed during the Cold War through proxy wars and the US and the Soviets fighting each other. But even then, you do not have such coarse, brazen, callous, reckless statements coming out of the mouths of US officials, either via the media or, on camera, as we saw with Biden or Austin. So this is very, very shocking. And now this congressman over here saying that at the end of the day, we've got to realize we're at war. We're fundamentally at war. And he specifically calls it a proxy war. Again, just to play that to you, this is quite damning.
Politics involved, and there will be domestic debates here at home about other policies and whatnot. But at the end of the day, we've got to realize we're at war. And we're not just at war to support the Ukrainians. We're fundamentally at war, although it's somewhat through a proxy, with Russia. And it's important that we win.
Wow. So do you understand why this is important? It's not important because it's a precedent. It's the first time this happens. It's not only important because it means there could be a nuclear apocalypse. It's also important because this helps you understand that what you're being told by Western mainstream media is false. Because if you turn on the BBC or you turn on CNN or Fox News, they will tell you that this is strictly a fight between Ukrainians, trying to liberate themselves from the Russians, and it's basically, occupier versus occupied, which conveniently they never say about the Palestinians being occupied by the Israelis. But that's how they frame it, okay? And they do this on purpose because they don't want to reveal their hand. They don't want to show you that actually this is very, very beneficial and lucrative. It's very profitable for the weapons industry, okay? Who, as you can see, they have made hundreds of millions, now in the billions, tens of billions of dollars. And all of their stocks have gone up. They don't want you to know this, right? So they frame it in a way that garners sympathy and provokes an emotional reaction, like, oh, those poor Ukrainians, they're fighting to liberate themselves. And I get that. I really get that from a point of view of the Ukrainians. I really do. But you have to understand something. The Ukrainians are being used. They're being used by NATO. And this Congressman Moulton is basically telling you that we are at war. We meaning the Americans, okay? He's an American congressperson. And he is saying that America is at war with Russia through a proxy. So it's very clearly saying that they're using the Ukrainians. And when you say this very obvious truth, They call it Putin propaganda. They call it Russian propaganda. Why? Are you telling me that Congressman Moulton is working for the Kremlin? That's a very loaded accusation. Even when US officials say these things, it's still like they're this twilight zone that we're living in. They want to deny reality. Like, no. This is Russia, Kremlin propaganda. My goodness. It's really scary. Really scary, honestly. They talk about North Koreans being brainwashed, and they make fun of them, and they mock them and degrade them. It's, they're like these zombies who don't know anything except what the state tells them. Just look at the West. Look at how people are in the West, how they're being controlled by the media. It's shockingly similar to this caricature that they paint about other countries, if not worse. So honestly, this is very, very damning. And you should remember this when people try to make this out to be, it's just a fight between Russia and Ukraine. It's not. It's not. And they don't want you to know this, because then this lends credence. I don't know if in whole, but certainly in part, in a fraction, at least a little bit, it lends a little bit of credence to the Russians' argument that they are being faced with a threat from NATO. Do you understand? Because you can just pull up a map of NATO expansion and kind of see it, that they've encircled Russia after the end of the Cold War, which makes no sense. They doubled their membership, even though the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. This threat that NATO was created to fight is not there. That's one thing, and they deny that. And when you point that out, they don't want to hear it. How can you deny this? This is happening right now. So pay attention. Be on the lookout. Pay attention sometimes to what these officials are saying. They let the truth slip out from time to time. And right now, the Americans are doing it very, very, very much. So I know Ben Wallace says otherwise, but he's not running the show. The Americans are running the show at the end of the day. And you should pay more attention to their moves and their words. One more thing that I wanted to add. The Americans say they have a democracy, right? Usually in the United States, under the Constitution, the American president, the US president, has to go through Congress and get permission to go to war. So if this guy, Congressman Moulton, is saying the US is at war, somebody please remind me, when did Joe Biden go to Congress and ask for permission to start a war with Russia? Again, it's not me saying Russia and the US are at war. It's a US congressperson saying Russia and the US are at war. It's Lloyd Austin saying things like we have to weaken Russia. When did the US president, when did Joe Biden get permission from Congress? He obviously didn't. So either, either the Constitution that they talk about all the time and their democracy is a myth, or Joe Biden is violating it and everybody's giving him a pass. Either way, there's something very fundamentally wrong at play here, right? And things like the War Powers Resolution in 1973, these were created on purpose by Congress to keep these sorts of things in check, right? Because back then, the idea was that Richard Nixon was bombing Cambodia and Laos behind Congress' back, okay? And according to what the White House was saying, they were just in Vietnam. That was a lie. They were also in Cambodia and Laos and in the neighboring countries next door. And so because he didn't tell Congress about that and he was doing it behind their back, they put in place the 1973 War Powers Resolution. And the idea behind this is that if the US president takes military action against a foreign country, he must notify Congress within 48 hours. He must do this. And then Congress can look at this, okay, at his reasoning and what he did. And if they want, they can authorize him 60 days to continue these operations, okay? And of course, they call these things issued by Congress where they give the US president permission, authorization for the use of military force. For short, it's AUMF. Okay, so when they attacked Afghanistan in 2001, they had the AUMF of 2001. And that was passed in the week after 9/11. And then when they attacked Iraq, they had the AUMF of 2002. Now, again, just to be very clear, just because the US Congress passes a document doesn't mean it's legal internationally, right? It's maybe legal on US soil, but it doesn't mean that it's legal or it was okay for them to attack Iraq. It's still illegal to this day, and it's a war crime, right? It's a crime of aggression. And just because the US Congress voted for it is fucking irrelevant. That means absolutely nothing. So just so you understand how far this extends. You shouldn't think, oh, the U.S. Congress said it's okay, so that means the whole world has to accept it. No, that's not true. U.S. law is not international law. There are boundaries, especially when we keep hearing them talk about international norms. You see how they always say international norms and international rules-based order, but never international law. That's very funny. Pay attention to the word games. So in any case, from what I can see, just to go back to my point, I don't see an AUMF from Congress giving Biden authorization to attack Russia. So either Congressman Moulton is lying or Biden is violating the Constitution, and he's also violating the 1973 War Powers Resolution. Because again, the U.S. Constitution does say that the U.S. president is the commander-in-chief, but it also says that Congress plays a very, very important role in decisions related to war. So you cannot just pick and choose what you like. And there's no mistake about, if you had any doubts or there was any confusion, there are no confusions with the 1973 resolution, because that kind of sets things straight, right? The president cannot just do whatever he likes. He has to go to Congress. So again, just another point of view how they're even violating their own laws in the U.S. And going and attacking Russia, not even covertly, overtly. So I see we've got 2,000 people watching, which is very good. Make sure that you guys have hit the like button, please. And please tell me where you are tuning in from. I'll try and read your comments quickly before we go to the next topic. And these are some very, very interesting ones. I want to give you a little bit of... I'm going to talk to you about a few things that at first you might think, well, this is not related to the US. It's actually very, very much related to the US, and you'll find out why in a second. Here we go. Alabama, Canada, Texas, Russia, Twilight Zone, Siberia, Rhode Island, India, Ethiopia, North Korea, Ohio, Denmark, Peru, Mexico, Chile, New York, El Salvador, Los Angeles, Denmark, Australia, Montreal, Northern California, Ethiopia, Georgia, Puerto Rico, Canada, Switzerland, Brazil. I can't keep up. Isn't that beautiful? Wow. Very, very, very good. Bernie says fascist Delaware in the U.S. What did Delaware do exactly? I know Biden used to be a congressman, a senator, right, for Delaware. And he was also, in part, I assume, representing that state because he, this is really funny. I want to show you a clip of Biden. Just take a look at this very quickly, okay? He's talking about Delaware.
Against the state of Delaware, by the way. And I want you to know she works at the University of Delaware at the Biden Institute. So we call that using a point of personal privilege. Now, there have not been many senators from Delaware. It's a small state. As a matter of fact, there's never been one. So I want to take advantage of it.
What? I don't understand what he's saying. What does he mean there's never been a senator from Delaware? You were literally a senator from Delaware. I think he meant to say there haven't been many presidents from Delaware. He still thinks he's a senator. Like he forgot that he's the president now. My goodness. Can I be honest? I really dislike Joe Biden's politics. I really don't like a lot of his shit. But yeah, sometimes I feel like this guy has something medical going on, and I feel bad for him about that. But that's as far as my sympathy goes. But I think it's kind of worrying that you have someone like him in the White House, right? With those launch codes. Is that really responsible? Anyway. Yeah, you guys in the comments, you're saying Alzheimer's. I didn't want to guess. I'm not a doctor. suppose it's that, but I don't want to make any guesses. I just think he's not exactly well. You know, nothing wrong with that, but he shouldn't be working. He should be resting. I don't know. Anyway, like the guy's done enough damage for 50 years. Like how much more damage do you have to do to the world? Enough, man. Go take a rest. In any case, let's continue. And I wanted to talk about this for a few days now. This is very, very big. And I think it's quite interesting. So just give me 1 second to pull this up. Okay. Allons-y. So I want to tell you about what's happening in France. Okay, just a few weeks ago, you had the presidential elections, and Emmanuel Macron, who was the incumbent, he won a second term as president. And you know, the way it works in France is you have a first round and then a runoff vote if no one gets a majority. And that's what happened, right? So in the runoff vote, in the second round, you had Macron versus Le Pen, so the neoliberal right versus the far right. And Macron won. Now, here's what's happening. Because the left is posing a huge threat and a huge challenge to Macron. And I'm going to explain this to you right now. It's very interesting. Here are just the election results to jog your memory, okay? From the first round, you can see that the third place is Jean-Luc Mélenchon, okay? Look at the difference. So Mélenchon got 22% and Le Pen got 23.2%. So she barely beat him by 1%. So he could have very easily run against Macron in the final runoff, you know? And you have to understand something. A lot of people voted for Emmanuel Macron because in France, they've been using the same tactic against Americans, right? Vote blue no matter who. Donald Trump is a fascist. You have to vote for Hillary Clinton to save democracy. You have to vote for Joe Biden to save democracy. So they have the same kind of mantra going on there, right? You have to vote for the neoliberal right to save us from the far right, like as if there's a huge difference between them. Same crap. You can't fool us. But just, this is ironic, right? That you can see these same kinds of trends in other countries, right? So my point here is that people voted for her. People voted for Emmanuel Macron just to get rid of Le Pen. My hunch is that if the runoff vote had been between Macron and Mélenchon, he would have lost. And I know you might be thinking, well, that's wishful thinking because look at how Bernie Sanders did and look how Jeremy Corbyn did. I don't think it's comparable. You know, Bernie Sanders and Jeremy Corbyn, I understand why some people, they want to create sort of a connection between Mélenchon and Bernie Sanders and Jeremy Corbyn because they're old socialists that are popular with young voters. I get it. Yes, fine. They're not exactly the same. We cannot say they're one-to-one comparisons, but I get it. And the thing is, though, Bernie Sanders never stood a chance and Jeremy Corbyn never stood a chance. They are hated by their own party. They are getting nowhere near the same kinds of votes. Again, look at that, 22%. That is astronomical compared to Bernie Sanders and Corbyn in any of the votes that we're talking about, whether it's the primary and the generals and so on. Okay, that is very, very, very close. It's not even comparable. So what they're doing right now, what Mélenchon is saying, he's saying the election is not over. And you might be going, what? What do you mean it's not over? They elected the president 2 weeks ago. It's done. It's 2 rounds and it's over. Mélenchon is saying there's a third round. And what does he mean by that? What's this third round? He's talking about the legislative elections next month in June. Okay? And he's playing very, very, very interesting game because what he just did is actually, it's incredible. This is what it's called. This is the Nouvelle Union Populaire Écologique et Sociale. I'm just going to call it NUPS or NUPES for short. Okay, so I'm not going to say that all the time. Do you know what this is? He's basically taken his party, La France Insoumise, and he's forged a coalition with the socialists, with the communists, and with the Green Party. The whole left, the whole French left is under one banner, during the legislative election next month. And they've agreed on a fixed program, which I'll show you in a second. And they've agreed on Mélenchon being the leader. So what does this mean? This means next month, Mélenchon could become the prime minister. And now you get to something very interesting in French politics, which is called cohabitation, where you have a president from one party and a prime minister from another party, two parties that are completely opposed. And you've only had this 3 times in French history, at least since the Fifth Republic, so after 1958, okay? And needless to say, Mélenchon could make Macron's life hell, really hell, because, you know, after they did these reforms in the very, very late 90s, ever since then, you've never had another cohabitation because, you know, both the last prime minister and president to have a cohabitation, they realized this stuff sucks. It's really difficult and we don't like it. And we're going to reform it so that it makes it easier not to have another cohabitation, but it's still technically possible. And so French presidents in the last 20 years, they've become very used to having no problems doing whatever they like because the prime minister and the Assemblée Nationale, so the what you could compare, I guess, to the Parliament in the UK or a Congress in the US, they're working together. They're from the same party. They're aligned. So life is much easier that way. But if you have somebody like Mélenchon, who's completely opposed to Macron, who has a much more diverse program, an opposing program, that changes the whole equation. So that's what he means by let's win next month because there's a third round in the election. And the fact that they've been able to pull together this coalition is ridiculous because to do that is already one thing. Like just to be able to put the Greens and the Communists and the Socialists all together is already quite a feat, honestly. But to do it in such a short period of time, in literally a few days after the election, I've never heard or seen anything of that. This is really unprecedented. And also to agree on things, like you will be the leader, Mélenchon will lead this, and we have these things that we want to implement in the program. That's quite a feat. And something else that people have pointed out, which is symbolic, is that they've done it almost on the same anniversary that the Front Populaire was founded. So again, big, huge socialist movement in French history that got them a lot of, you know, concessions and important things that people take for granted nowadays, you know, like the fixed work week, paid leave and so on, right? So it also has a symbolic meaning that they did it almost on the same anniversary date of that huge socialist movement. And there are a bunch of memes popping up for this NUPES, and you can see the logos of all the parties put together here. So that's the Greens, Parti Communiste Français, it's the Communists, and so on. So let me break this down further for you. Here is a tweet from Mélenchon himself, right? He says here, we have done in 13 days what has never been achieved before in French political history. There's never been, ever in our history, an agreement of un accord de candidature unique de toute la gauche. So basically, you know, a coalition of candidates under one banner on the left. And it's true. That's never happened. It's really, really quite impressive. And you know what they're trying to do now? They're trying to attack him. So as soon as you have somebody from the left who starts to become sort of a threat to the neoliberal establishment and the far right, then they start piling on you in the media. And I'm going to play you a couple of clips here. I'm really sorry. I don't know if there's any English subtitles, but I'll translate them for you. This is François Hollande. So he was the president just a few years ago. He won in 2012, right? Yeah, so in spring 2012, and he was the president before Macron, who's the incumbent right now. And he's saying this about Mélenchon. Let's take a listen and I'll translate.
C'est qu'il ne sera pas Premier ministre. Bien sûr que s'il devenait Premier ministre, il sait parfaitement que ce programme, celui que vous n'avez pas complètement détaillé, serait irréalisable.
Il fait tout ça pour être chef de l'opposition.
So he's saying Mélenchon knows he's never going to be prime minister. He knows this, right? He knows that even if he becomes prime minister, he can never get this program, like his policies, adopted. It's never going to work. Have you heard that before? I've heard this so many times. Bernie Sanders doesn't stand a chance. He can't get elected. He'll never get this through the Senate. You're always the same shit. Right? It's so funny. It's so funny seeing it in French.
il le fait pour être candidat de nouveau à l'élection présidentielle de 2027.
Ah bon?
Pourquoi le ferait-il?
So now he's accusing Mélenchon of pulling this stunt next month so that he can run in 2027. Wow. T'es marrant, toi, t'es drôle. I didn't even think of that. That's really funny. That's so hilarious. Like no, the guy, he doesn't want to become the prime minister. He's just pretending so he can run in 2027. What the fuck does that even mean? This is really funny.
Je sais pas. Bah oui, je vous donne la réponse. Et parce que et si
il
on
y
se
pense
retrouvait...
déjà. C'était il y a 15 jours.
Et vous pensez pas que Marine Le Pen pense exactement?
She was telling him, Are you serious? The election was 15 days ago, and you're saying Mélenchon's already thinking about the next one in 2027. That's what she's implying. It's so pathetic, honestly. Here, I want to show you Marine Le Pen herself. She is also trying to take shots at Mélenchon. Let's take a look at what she has to say.
La fable de Jean-Luc Mélenchon opposant Emmanuel Macron a peut-être arrêté maintenant. Hein, ça a duré 15 jours, ça a fait rire tout le monde. La réalité, c'est que Jean-Luc Mélenchon a fait élire Emmanuel Macron. Voilà.
What she's saying is that the fable, the myth of Jean-Luc Mélenchon, you guys need to start cutting it out. This is over. It was funny for a few days. But Jean-Luc Mélenchon got Emmanuel Macron elected. That's what she's saying. Wow. She's really funny.
Donc ça le discrédite absolument pour pouvoir...
So she's saying that he's been completely discredited.
Absolument pour pouvoir se mettre dans la posture de l'opposant à Emmanuel Macron.
Yeah, so she's saying that Mélenchon is completely discredited and he has basically no right to, portray himself as some kind of opposition figure to Macron.
Donc il joue les fous du roi, il surjoue l'insolence à l'égard du président, et manifestement ils ont des rapports beaucoup plus proches et beaucoup plus réguliers que ce qu'ils veulent bien montrer.
Dernière question. Il a dit que le Rassemblement national ne servait à rien.
Oui, bien entendu, mais encore une fois, il surjoue comme à chaque fois. Jean-Luc Mélenchon est un ancien, mais il a été longuement sénateur socialiste. On s'en débarrasse pas, on change pas les tâches d'un léopard. La fable...
She said that Mélenchon has been a socialist for a long time and a leopard doesn't change its spots. Well, I don't know what that even means because Mélenchon is not pretending to be anything else. So I don't know what that means. But basically, she's saying that Macron and Mélenchon have a lot in common that they're not really showing. I don't know what she's smoking. This is really funny because from the left's point of view, whether it's in the US or the UK or in France, the far right and the neoliberals have a lot more in common than anyone else, right? And that's why when people say, oh, well, if you vote for Biden, you're defeating fascism, you're defeating Trump. This sounds ridiculous because Biden and Trump, Democrats and Republicans have a lot more in common than anyone else. People think Democrats are on the left. They're not on the left. They are right-wing. They're absolutely right-wing by anyone's standards. If the Democratic Party, you took it and you put it in Europe, it would be classified as a right-wing party, not left. If you put it in the UK, it's a right-wing party. Right? I say like UK as if it's outside of Europe. It is Europe, but you get my point. You take it anywhere outside of the US, it's a right-wing party. So I don't see why people should view it any other way. These two are very, very closely aligned. And that goes for Marine Le Pen and Macron. People see them as very, very similar. And that's why so many young people said they're not going to vote. They're not voting for either one of them, right? And then what happens next? Here we go. You know what's coming. Oh, you're handing the election to the far right. You are irresponsible. Da-da-da-da-da. Where have you heard this before? You've heard this in the UK. You've heard this in the US. It's the same old playbook. They want to basically blame young people for not voting for the neoliberal establishment, whether it's the Democrats or the Labour Party or Emmanuel Macron and his gang. So it's the same old playbook, the exact same thing, but in French. And I find this very interesting because you can relate it to what's happening in other European countries and in the US. And a lot of you will know what I'm talking about because we've seen the same playbook with Bernie, with Corbyn, and so on. The only difference here is that Mélenchon, for all intents and purposes, got so bloody close to the runoff vote, and he is still very, very close to becoming prime minister. Right? He's very he stands a very good chance. It's not alone. Again, I'm not saying alone that he is some kind of formidable, like, unique guy. No. This is unique. La nouvelle Union populaire écologique et sociale. This is what is unique, because this did not happen with Bernie Sanders. When Bernie Sanders lost, he didn't go and start campaigning and trying to make, rally the left and do all these kinds of things. On the contrary, he rolled over for the neoliberal establishment, right? Jeremy Corbyn, the same thing. This is the opposite of rolling over. This is, hey, the election is not over. We are going to keep fighting, and we're going to make your life hell for the next 5 years by getting elected in the Assemblée Nationale. Do you see why this is so remarkable? And it's important to understand, because a few weeks ago, during the presidential election in France, people, including myself, I made the criticism that Mélenchon was so close, right? Look, Marine Le Pen only beat him by barely 1%. And the criticism that I made and other people made is that the other candidates that are listed down here, they split the vote. So the Green Movement candidate, the Communist candidate, the Communist Party got 2.3%, or I should say Roussel got 2.3%. Imagine if he had thrown his support behind Mélenchon and given just half of that to Mélenchon. Mélenchon would have faced against Macron in the runoff vote. And same with the Green parties and so on, right? So now, it's not every man for himself. On the contrary, it's let's all get together, the communists, the socialists, the Green Party, and go and make life hell for the neoliberal establishment, for Emmanuel Macron. And again, something that people might not understand is that the French constitution is built in a way that the prime minister actually has a lot of power, right? Because most people think that, well, you get elected prime minister and you do whatever you want, you're in control. No, it's not true. It's just been that most of the time, the legislative elections go in the same direction as the presidential election. So you end up having a cohesion there. But the whole point of a cohabitation is that the prime minister and the president are not from the same party. And that's why it's only happened 3 times since 1958. This is an article from Le Monde, which breaks things down quite well. They say here that so these are the 3 cohabitations you've had. It was from 86 to 88. So François Mitterrand and Jacques Chirac. Okay, Mitterrand was president and Jacques Chirac was prime minister. And so they were from opposing parties, right? Parti Socialiste and then RPR. And then the second time you had that was from 1993 to 95. So that was Mitterrand's second term, and he had to face off against Balladur. And then, of course, the last one was between 1997 and 2002, and that was between Chirac and Jospin. So very rare. It's not something you have all the time, but it is possible, and it is important. And these legislative elections are next month, June 12th and June 19th. This is why it's important to become the prime minister for Mélenchon. Look what you can do. According to the French constitution, the country's domestic politics are clearly entrusted to members of the government. Quote, the prime minister, not the president, the prime minister directs the action of the government, ensures the execution of laws, and is responsible for national defense. The government determines and conducts the policy of the nation and has the administration and the armed force at its disposal. So this professor from Sorbonne, which is a very famous French university, says, in the event of cohabitation, there is power clearly in the relationship between the prime minister and the Assemblée Nationale. And in these power-sharing situations, the president has a more secondary role, okay? So Macron would have his powers regulated, yeah? And so Macron would appoint the prime minister of his choice. However, look at the clause. The prime minister must, however, have the confidence of the Assemblée. So if Mélenchon gets his way with NUPES, Macron will not have a choice, really. And then, of course, these are the other things that the president can do. So he can dissolve the National Assembly. So this is a risk that, in some ways, that even if this new coalition, the NUPES, they actually win next month, technically speaking, at least once a year, the president can dissolve the National Assembly or l'Assemblée Nationale, and then you have to have new legislative elections all over again. One thing that I'm not clear on is if he can do that this year, during the same year of where you've already had one, but certainly next year he could do that, and then every year, once a year. So that's also one thing, but I think he'd be very, very very stupid to do that because it would backfire, I think, very, very largely on him. So again, there's a clear power sharing role, right? So they talk about the armed forces, okay, national defense. This is very clearly outlined as being under the domain of the prime minister and the administration. But it also talks about the head of state being the guarantor of national independence and the integrity of the national territory and the head of the armies. So it's kind of like in the United States, you know, it says that the president is the commander in chief. Okay, so he's the head of the armed forces. But the Congress is also mentioned in the US Constitution as having an important role to play when it comes to the armed forces, and especially with declaring war. And that was made all the more clear, as we were just talking about earlier, with the 1973 War Powers Resolution. So you see that there is a power sharing responsibility, even though you don't actually see it in practice in the US. Why? Because no matter who is elected, Republicans and Democrats, they are playing on the same team. So the policy never changes. But here in France, things would look a bit different because the provisions are in the Constitution and Mélenchon is no friend of Macron. So you see similarities also with the nuclear codes, right? Only the president has those. But still, there's a real power sharing role here. And I'm very excited to see what happens. I think this is huge because, again, if you're interested in what happened with Bernie Sanders, right? If you followed his campaign, or Jeremy Corbyn in 2019, you understand the games that they've been playing, right? You understand that they screw young voters and they screw leftists and they say that they're enabling fascism if they don't vote for the neoliberal candidate and all of these sorts of things, right? And they're trying the same tactics now, but instead of, Mélenchon rolling over, we're having the opposite, actually. The whole left is mobilizing to combat the results of the election and actually get a foot in the door. Here's a clip of Mélenchon himself, because I just realized you guys might not know what he looks like. This is Mélenchon, okay?
Jean-Luc Mélenchon, avant de passer, de sortir de tous les aspects programmatiques, il y a quand même un point sur lequel vous n'êtes pas super précis, c'est sur la retraite. Vous dites, dans votre projet, retraite à partir de 60 ans. On part à la retraite à 60 ans. Vous avez précisé ce week-end, sans décote. Donc ça veut dire qu'à 60 ans, on part en retraite à taux plein. C'est ça ou pas?
So they're asking him about retirement, okay, and how much people would get for their pension. It's a very important question.
Attendez.
Allons-y.
C'est une question très technique, j'espère que vous êtes prêts.
On est prêts.
On n'a pas tellement de temps.
Faut savoir, vous posez
on
des
n'a pas
questions.
40 annuités pour le faire.
D'accord. Alors, 40 annuités. Dans n'importe quel système de retraite où vous donnez un total d'annuités, ça veut dire que quand vous ne les avez pas, vous avez une proportion.
Absolument.
Voilà. Ça, c'est pas la décote.
Non.
Ça, c'est ce qui a toujours existé. Et puis, on a inventé...
C'est la double peine, la décote.
Pour mettre une baïonnette dans le dos des gens, une décote. Alors donc, 60 ans, 40 annuités, sans décote. Mais la proportionnalité fonctionnera. D'où question, que fait-on avec les gens qui, arrivant à la retraite, ayant un peu moins, n'arrivent pas au seuil de pauvreté? Eh bien, je vous informe que cette question est réglée depuis 2003. Mais tous les gouvernements qui se sont succédés ont oublié de mettre en œuvre une règle que je mettrai en œuvre le lendemain de notre élection. Parce que c'est déjà dans la loi. C'est-à-dire qu'il ne doit pas y avoir de retraite inférieure à 85% du SMIC.
Okay, so he's basically talking about how it's been established in the French law since 2003 that when you go into retirement, your pension cannot be lower than 85% of le SMIC, which is basically the equivalent of the minimum wage, right? So what the hell was it? Salaire minimum interprofessionnel de croissance. It's a huge word. It just means minimum wage. So his point is that this has been the law since 2003, and no president, no government since then has actually applied this. So they've been screwing pensioners out of their money, right? And he's saying that this is the law, and the moment that he gets in government, he's going to apply that, right? Because this is again something funny, right? They come to Bernie Sanders, they come to Corbyn, they come to Mélenchon with like these questions like how dare you do these like very basic nice things for people, like, you know, like not screwing pensioners. How dare you? They make it sound so fucking controversial. Like, it's the law. It's literally the law. And the governments have not been applying it. And they act like it's some weird, bizarre idea. It's so condescending, you know? And I watched this interview yesterday. I watched the whole thing. It's a whole hour. And they even asked him something like, why didn't you condemn Russia in 2014 with Crimea? Right? Because he was condemning Russia now. But he also said he's in favor of de-escalation, right? He's made that very clear. Like, he said sending weapons is not diplomacy or de-escalation. It's the opposite. And then they're like, why didn't you condemn Russia in 2014? And he's like, look, you are either deaf or you don't remember anything, because that's what I did. Like, it's so funny. They're trying to do these gotcha moments with him. It's really so typical. When you see it, when you've seen it in the British and the American media, you start picking up on these things, how they try to like do these gotchas every second with especially the left ones. Now, don't get me wrong. They're journalists. It's their job to ask tough questions. Fine, I understand. But they do it, you know, the proportion, the ratio at which they do it to people like Mélenchon, it vastly outnumbers what they would ask to Macron and Le Pen and so on, right? So that's something interesting to pick up on. Let me just look up 1 second, because I'm kind of annoyed. I had this whole program listed here, and okay, just a moment, and I'll look this up for you. It won't show up for some reason. I had their whole program up on the screen so I could read it to you directly, and I must have closed it out. So hold on, because I was just talking about the pension, right? But there are other things, of course. Here we go. So these are some of the things that the whole coalition are trying to put into place, right? So the NUPES, as it's called. So they want to raise the minimum wage to 1,400 euros net, okay? And they want to lower the retirement age to 60. Le blocage des prix sur les produits de première nécessité. So basically that means putting a cap on prices for basic necessities. La planification écologique, so action on climate change, l'instauration d'une sixième république. Remember, France has gone through numerous republics. What that means is they basically write a brand new constitution, okay? Right now, France is in its fifth republic since 1958. Charles de Gaulle, the French general from World War II, right? He, the famous resistance figure and president, he basically came up with the fifth, or shall we say, created the Fifth Republic, right? And as they say very clearly, cette coalition a l'ambition d'obtenir une majorité de l'Assemblée nationale afin d'imposer une cohabitation au président Macron, de faire nommer Jean-Luc Mélenchon comme Premier ministre. So the goal of this coalition between Greens, Socialists, Communists is to get a majority in the National Assembly in order to put in place a cohabitation with Emmanuel Macron, the president, and to get Jean-Luc Mélenchon elected as prime minister, and to put in place un programme commun largement basé sur l'avenir en commun, programme mis en avant par la France insoumise depuis les scrutins de 2017. So to put in place a common program largely based on the principles laid out by la France insoumise. France insoumise is Jean-Luc Mélenchon's party. It means the insubmissive France, if that's sort of a literal translation. But there you go. And some of the things that I told you, you know, raising the minimum wage, the action on climate change, these are the things that they've all agreed on. Okay? And that's very important because it's really difficult to get the left to come together and agree on something and in such a short period of time. That is remarkable and unparalleled, not just in French history, but I don't think you're seeing anything of that caliber in the UK nor in the US. And that's why it deserves recognition and very close observation. And I'll be keeping my eye out for all these developments and what takes place next month during the French legislative elections. Let's take a look at Trump. Have you guys heard the latest news about Trump? Oh boy. Oh man. That's funny. It's nothing big. It's nothing big, but I'll play it to you anyway. You guys remember that Elon Musk, the billionaire, he went and bought Twitter, right? And he said that he wants to make Twitter more oriented towards free speech. He wants to unlock its potential. And of course, that sent a lot of neoliberals into a frenzy because they derive a lot of their power from censoring people. Now, one of the questions that people have been asking is, what about Donald Trump? Because he was banned in the final days of his presidency on Twitter and Facebook and a bunch of other sites, YouTube and so on. And people are asking, well, does that mean you're going to restore Trump's account? Now, the day that Elon Musk bought Twitter, which was for about $44 billion just 2 weeks ago, Trump was asked this question on Fox, and he said, no, even if they give him back his account, he will not return because he wants to promote his own social media platform, which is called Truth Social. And so now you actually have input from Musk himself, and he has said that he will reverse Trump's Twitter ban. Let's take a look.
Are you planning to let Donald Trump back on?
Well, I think there's a general question of should Twitter have permanent bans? And, you know, I've talked with Jack Dorsey about this, and he and I are of the same mind, which is that permanent bans should be extremely rare and really reserved for people where they're trying to, for accounts that are bots or spam scam accounts, where there's just no legitimacy to the account at all. I do think that it was not correct to ban Donald Trump. I think that was a mistake because it alienated a large part of the country and did not ultimately result in Donald Trump not having a voice. He is now going to be on Truth Social, as will a large part of the sort of the right in the United States, and so I think this could end up being, frankly, worse than having a single forum where everyone can debate. I guess the answer is that I would reverse the perma ban. Obviously, I don't own Twitter yet, so this is not like a thing that will definitely happen, because what if I don't own Twitter? But my opinion, and Jack Dorsey, I want to be clear, shares this opinion, is that we should not have perma bans. Now that doesn't mean that somebody gets to say whatever they wanted to say. If they say something that is illegal or otherwise, just destructive to the world, then that there should be perhaps a timeout, a temporary suspension, or that particular tweet should be made invisible or have very limited traction. But I think perma bans just fundamentally undermine trust in Twitter as a town square where everyone can voice their opinion. It was I think it was a morally bad decision, to be clear, and foolish in the extreme.
Even after he egged on the crowd who went to the US Capitol, some of them carrying nooses, you still think it was a mistake to remove him?
I think if there are tweets that are wrong, they should, and bad, those should be either deleted or made invisible. And a suspension, a temporary suspension is appropriate, but not a permanent ban.
So if the deal completes, he might potentially come back on, but with the understanding that if he does something similar again, he'll be back in the sin bin.
He has publicly stated that he will not be coming back to Twitter, and that he will only be on Truth Social. And this is the point that I'm trying to make, which is perhaps not getting across, is that banning Trump from Twitter didn't end Trump's voice. It will amplify it among the right. And this is why it is morally wrong and flat out stupid.
Okay. Well, you heard the man, and again, he sort of told you what I said, which is that Trump, at least for the time being, has said he will stay on Truth Social. Now, let me go through a couple of things with you, okay? Donald Trump. You know what's funny to me is that they banned him after, you know, what the host just mentioned, which was the riots. Like, let's say that this logic is okay. Like, okay, what Trump said is evil and he deserves to be banned. Okay. What I find bizarre is that when Donald Trump was on Twitter while president, when he was saying things like, I want to bomb Iran's cultural sites, or I want to bomb this country, which is violence, which is a war crime, a crime of aggression, they didn't ban him. Like, this is confusing to me because you're telling me that somebody who eggs on violence should be banned permanently. And yet when Trump was egging on violence, international violence, using the armed forces of the United States to commit war crimes, you kept him on Twitter? How does that make any sense? I don't understand that. Like, that is infinitely worse than whatever they were mentioning now. It's infinitely worse. It's an international crime. It's a war crime and a crime of aggression. You know, he said on Twitter that he will bomb Iran's cultural sites. That's a war crime. You cannot bomb another country's public infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, cultural sites. This is a war crime. There's no question. It's unequivocal. You cannot dispute this. And they kept him on there. And I'm talking about one incident. There are other incidents where he was threatening to bomb countries. Like, can someone please explain to me how that makes any sense? So even if you accept the neoliberal, neo-fascist logic, they don't even apply it consistently. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because they agree with Trump on this violence. They perpetuate it themselves. And that's why you don't see any difference with Western, or I should say US foreign policy, when a Democrat president is elected, or the Democrats control the House and the Senate, or the Republicans are in the White House and the House and the Senate. Do you understand? Because they are in complete unison and agreement on this violence. They both perpetuate the exact same imperialist violence. And so that shows to you that they are not only inconsistent in their logic and their application of who should be banned, but they are complete, absolute hypocrites. And another thing that I should point out is, just by the way, if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you these Trump tweets because you might not be in the loop. So this is in January of 2021, and it was 2020. No, January 4th, 2020. And this is what Trump said because he had just assassinated General Soleimani. Okay, which that also is a crime of aggression. So he just murdered General Soleimani, who, if you want a comparison, he's sort of like the defense secretary, the equivalent of the U.S. defense secretary. Although that's really kind of like a crude comparison. I don't think you can compare him to any U.S. official. But this is what he said, right? He said that if Iran responds, okay, to this assassination by Trump, he said that, let this serve as a warning that if Iran strikes any Americans or American assets, we have targeted 52 Iranian sites representing the 52 hostages taken by Iran many years ago, some at a very high level and important to Iran and the Iranian culture. culture. And those targets and Iran itself will be hit very fast and very hard. So just to be clear, it wasn't Iran just randomly threatening the US. No. The United States assassinated General Soleimani, which is an act of war. If Iran had assassinated a US general or defense secretary, there would be a war. This is a fact. So the United States committed an act of war against Iran, and Iran is like, we are going to respond to you if you don't calm the hell down immediately. And then he threatens them again with bombs. So they didn't ban him for this. They kept him. No problem. He was on Twitter for another entire year. Okay, so just to put that into context about how what hypocrites they are. That violence is okay. That's the beautiful violence. Like they were saying on what's his name, Brian Williams. Oh, the beauty of our weapons or whatever the hell. So that's interesting to me. Now, honestly, I think there's some truth to what Musk is saying in terms of if you ban Trump, you kind of amplify his voice in a way. I don't know. Honestly, this is yes and no, because they didn't just ban him from Twitter. They banned him really everywhere. I don't know. It's that's debatable at the end of the day. It's random. It's not something you can entirely predict. But the thing is, you saw that what Musk was saying, that was interesting to me, because he said if you say something illegal or something that's destructive to the world, then you will get a timeout or the tweets won't be visible, right? So that's important, because in some countries, I know Americans, they have their own sort of idea of what free speech means. But let me give you an example, because Germany, I think most people would consider a democratic country, right? But in Germany, you cannot say Nazi things for obvious reasons, because that's where the Holocaust was committed. That's where the Nazis were in power and started World War II, and 50-60 million people killed. So that is specifically explicitly banned. And by the way, the United States and the Allies are in favor of this, because they made sure that the Germans put this in their constitution. So, I guess even under Elon Musk, that would not change on Twitter. You cannot say Nazi stuff on Twitter because that would be illegal. So I don't know why they're freaking out about this. I think the reason that the Democrats and the neoliberals and so on, they're freaking about Elon Musk buying Twitter is because they don't really censor people for saying illegal things. That's not the issue. They want to censor people who disagree with them, right? So do you see the difference? If you say, for example, the NATO are lying about what's happening in Syria, or Hunter Biden laptop story, whatever you want to pick, they were stopping the New York Post from using its Twitter account. They didn't do anything illegal, but they said something uncomfortable that the establishment doesn't like. So do you see? Now, that was obviously a temporary suspension, but it is a form of censorship. And so the logic here still applies, because the idea is that Democrats, neoliberals, the elites in Washington, and I want to be very clear, I don't think this is just a Democrat thing. If Republicans were in power, they'd do the same crap. And the proof in that is because you have all the neoconservatives from Bush's Republican Party that are now Democrats. So it means nothing. But my point is that the elites, the establishment in Washington, D.C., they want the power to censor people on legacy media. That's if you even come on, if you're lucky enough to get on. And then, of course, on social media, which is an extension of the U.S. Big tech industry and military-industrial complex. And the thing is, when you have someone like Musk, who's not even really going to do it, it's just the idea of it is, it's shocking to them. It's unheard of, right? And then they come up with all these things, Russian propaganda, Donald Trump, all these like fear-mongering tactics to just shut people up that they don't like. So that's really what it's about. It's not about people actually threatening violence. Like this violence, they love it. They love this, the Democrats. They love this, the Republicans. They are the same. There is no difference whatsoever. And that's why Donald Trump was never impeached for bombing Syria or bombing Iran, or I should say Iran's general in Iraq. So that's like 2 violations of sovereignty. Of course, they're fine with that. They're the same. So you've seen my take on all these things, and I don't like to call it a take. I'm informing you about this. So this is what CNN had to say.
This all happened in the wake of January 6th, when political leaders talked about throwing Trump out of office and security officials worried about further violence in Washington or elsewhere. Twitter decided to ban Trump permanently because of the risk he would continue to incite violence. Musk on stage today saying that was a morally bad decision and, quote, foolish in the extreme. So Musk indicating that he will reverse that permanent ban if he is able to take over Twitter, as he's trying to do. Now, he said perhaps a timeout would be appropriate if someone was being destructive on the platform, or, quote, a temporary suspension, or to make a certain tweet invisible, he said. But, quote, I think a permanent ban just fundamentally undermines trust. So notable for Musk that he would let Trump back on. Right now, he is expected to take over Twitter. However, some stockholders aren't so convinced he's going to go through with it. There's still a little bit of skepticism, and he acknowledged that on stage today. But if he takes over Twitter, Trump will be back. And then the question becomes, will Trump benefit from being able to tweet again, or will it actually hurt him? And I don't think any of us have any idea.
Well, I mean, he's certainly benefited in the past. I feel like Elon Musk just knows that he himself can escape to space, and the rest of us Earthlings will have to deal with this. That's my take on it. Brian Stelter, thank you.
I think
very
that's a sharp
much.
take. I think it is, Allison. It's a sharp one. All right.
It's a hot one. I know that.
Yeah. All right. Listen, we're just.
God, this is so childish. What garbage, really. Just complete garbage. God, they're really something. Anyway, I saw, speaking of Elon Musk, maybe I'll do this in a separate video, but speaking of Elon Musk, I saw that he also has sent Starlink. Starlink is basically his way of providing satellite internet in remote locations when there's no infrastructure, right? So you basically unpack it, you hook it up, and you can have internet with a little dish. And he sent those units to Ukraine, right? And you even had people that are fighting in Ukraine filming themselves and saying, thank you, Elon Musk, for the Starlink and so on. And the amount that they sent, I think, was about 1,500 they sent for free. And I think the U.S. Department of Defense requisitioned 3,000 more, something like that. So it's between 4,000 to 5,000 of those units. Now, obviously, they're not javelins, but you need them to operate in the field in today's day and age. It's important to have that. And the point that I'm trying to get at here is that, you know, if Elon Musk was really a so-called threat to the establishment, he wouldn't be where he is. This guy gets paid by the Pentagon at the end of the day. You know, he has contracts with NASA. He has contracts with the Pentagon. This guy gets government cheese. You know what I'm saying? Like, billionaire aside, we all know how billionaires make their money, right? They don't really make it. So, because there's this whole myth that, oh, they work very hard. They're more hardworking than you and me and the people in their factories and all of this stuff. That's not true. That's a myth. They exploit a lot of legal loopholes. They steal the money. Wage theft is a thing. Government cheese is a thing. Government handouts are a thing. All of these things add up, of course, and we should not ignore that. My point is, though, with Musk, specifically him, his kind of business, his line of business, yes, he makes cars. That's great. They're electric cars. He also had endeavors like PayPal. Okay, wonderful. But things like SpaceX, this cooperating with the Pentagon. So you cannot just turn a blind eye and act like, oh no, he's totally against the establishment. What the fuck are you talking about? He literally works with the U.S. Armed Forces. How is that anti-establishment? He is working with them. I don't understand how people think that he is some kind of threat to... It's ridiculous. It's absurd. This is a joke. But some people want to believe in this myth and glorify billionaires and so on. Again, I'm not saying he's this or that, and I don't know this guy. I don't know him. But you cannot look at what his business dealings are, what his business is, where he gets the money from, and just kind of, completely remove the link between the U.S. establishment and so on, because it's not just some petty contracts. These are very, very serious things. It's like Amazon doing cloud services for the U.S. intelligence agencies, right? This is also a very important link. And the U.S. government would not deal with you, literally deal with you, business dealings, if you were a threat to them. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't make any sense. So if he was really some sort of, danger, he wouldn't be where he is. That's just a fact of life, man. None of these billionaires would be. So, something I wanted to touch on with you guys, which I found interesting, is the Roe v. Wade. Just going back to that quickly, because we were talking the other day about how the Supreme Court in the United States wants to overturn Roe v. Wade and basically leave it up to states to decide whether, you know, they want abortions to be banned or not. Because for the last 50 years or so, it's been, you know, constitutionally protected through these Supreme Court rulings. And now there's a lot of controversy and protests and upset in the US about this, because it's now, you know, the draft proposal was leaked, but I don't think things will change significantly. It looks like it will stay that way. In any case, I don't want to just talk about abortion itself. I want to address the controversy around it and just kind of open your eyes to some things that I've noticed. So one of the forms of protest against the Supreme Court decision has been people turning up to the houses of the Supreme Court justices. So in the United States, you have 9, they're called justices, they're judges who sit on the US Supreme Court. So 9, okay? Now, you can see in this article from Politico, Alito's home draws latest abortion rights demonstration after Roe opinion breach. Okay, so almost 100 protesters marched to Justice Samuel Alito's home in Alexandria, Virginia on Monday night, as tension over abortion rights continues to simmer in the wake of the breached draft opinion, showing a majority of the Supreme Court prepared to overturn Roe v. Wade. So again, Justice Samuel Alito, when you see justice in front of a name, and you won't see it too often, it means they're a Supreme Court justice in the United States, okay? So he is one of the 9. Which, that sounds like a Lord of the Ring reference, right? He is one of the 9 ring wraiths, or whatever they're called. The peaceful grassroots demonstration makes Alito the 3rd justice to see protests at their private residence after the breach of the draft opinion last week. Protests over the weekend at the homes of Justice Brett Kavanaugh and Chief Justice John Roberts sparked controversy and sparked criticism from conservatives who argued that the abortion rights groups behind the moves had crossed a line by pressuring Supreme Court jurists in their private spaces. It is unclear if Alito, the author of the draft opinion published by Politico, because they're the ones who broke the story, was home during the abortion rights vigil on Monday night. The demonstrators held signs along the aloft that read "Repro Freedom for All," so I'm assuming that means reproductive, and lit candles in front of the home's driveways, chanting slogans such as "Our body, our rights, our right to decide." So what I'm trying to tell you here is that you have people coming to the homes of Supreme Court justices to try and influence them, right? To say, we are against your draft opinion, we want you to change this, and so on and so on. Now, I'm not telling you if I'm in favor of that or I'm not in favor of that. What I'm showing you, though, is a little bit of hypocrisy. Here's what I'm talking about. This is something that was very succinctly pointed out by Glenn. He said, I recently spoke with one of the organizers of the Force the Vote campaign, which is to demand squad members not to vote for Pelosi without a vote on Medicare for All. They wanted to protest at AOC's house, but knew they'd be widely vilified. Needless to say, the standards are different. So AOC is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's a very popular congresswoman in the United States. And people were trying to get her and other progressives like her to withhold their vote for Nancy Pelosi as House Speaker in exchange for a House floor vote on Medicare for All. So if you have no clue about U.S. politics, this is a giant word salad. Basically, the idea was that people were thinking of protesting in front of her house, right? She's a congresswoman, and they wanted to influence her. And they didn't do that because they knew that they would be widely criticized. Like, how dare you go to her house? She's a woman. You're just attacking her. You're a misogynist. All the sorts of criticisms that people are fed when they criticize AOC or other people in the squad, because the squad is mostly made up of women, right? The thing is, here, it's not a problem, apparently, to go and protest in front of the houses of Supreme Court justices, right? So it is an interesting double standard, because right now it's being deemed acceptable to go do that because we know that we know who's in control of the media right now and the government and so on. And I don't like to say that Democrats are more authoritarian than the Republicans. But at the same time, the people in the Democratic Party and the people who are popular with Democrats are Republicans. They're neoconservatives like Bill Kristol and all these nut jobs from the Bush administration. So whatever, it's really the same people. My point is, though, that when it suits them, it's fine to go protest in front of a politician's house. And when it doesn't suit them, oh my God, you crossed the line. How dare you? Because you saw in the Politico article, they're saying that conservatives were criticizing the protests. They said that conservatives who argued that the abortion rights groups behind the moves had crossed a line by pressuring Supreme Court jurists in their private spaces. I can bet you anything you like that if the roles were reversed, they would have no problem going and protesting in front of a Supreme Court jurist's house. We were just talking about January 6th. Again, I'm not one of those people who's going to come to you and say, oh my God, this is the worst thing since Pearl Harbor. That's ridiculous. You can criticize it, sure, but to say that it's the worst thing since Pearl Harbor or 9/11, this is, but my point is that kind of protest was, deemed acceptable by so-called conservatives. Do you see how they play games? They take turns. When this suits them, they're for it. And when it doesn't suit them, they're against it. It's hypocrisy. It's very, very clear hypocrisy. And I don't really see a difference between conservatives and liberals. They're the same gang at the end of the day. That's the most important thing that you should remember. But again, I can assure you, if you went and protested in front of AOC's house, you would be smeared, you would be attacked, they would call you a creep, a misogynist, you're all sorts of things. But if you go do it for something that suits, the Democratic consensus, then great. You're exercising your right to free speech and so on and so on. I just thought it's a funny little irony that I should point out. And speaking of the lack of a difference between these two parties, just to prove my point, here's a clip from Nancy Pelosi. She's the House Speaker. And take a look at what she has to say.
I mean, the fossil fuel industry, they weigh in so significantly. I mean, how could it be that nobody on the Senate side cares, and the Senate cares about climate? Some of them do, and they talk about it. When it comes to the votes, it just isn't there. They just aren't there. So rather than saying, well, we have to defeat them, no, let's just try to persuade them. I want the Republican Party to take back the party. Take it back to where you were, where you cared about a woman's right to choose, and you cared about the environment, and all. Here I am, Nancy Pelosi, saying this country needs a strong Republican Party, and we do. Not a cult, but a strong Republican Party.
Wow, that's very interesting. We need a strong Republican Party. That's not the first time she says this. And obviously, if that was the only thing that came out of her mouth, it wouldn't mean anything. It's more about her actions, who she is. She's been in politics a very long time. We know who Nancy Pelosi is. And I recall an interview from 2019. I think I covered it. And it was Nancy Pelosi sitting down and talking about Bush. And why was she talking about George Bush? Because there was impeachment going on against Trump. And someone had the very bright idea. I don't say this sarcastically. It's actually a good question. Like, why are you impeaching Trump, but you didn't impeach Bush? Because you could have done that. You were in Congress, and it was up to you at the time, right? And if we are being honest, George Bush is infinitely, uncomparably, unequivocally worse than Donald Trump. This is not even it's not even comparable. Don't even trip. Don't even trip. And so, do you know what she said? Do you know what Nancy Pelosi said? I'm paraphrasing, but it's almost exactly what she said. She said that she knew Bush was lying about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. They knew the intelligence just wasn't there. Remember, what the public are being told and what she knows are two different things, because she has a security clearance, she's in Congress, she gets to go to all the fancy briefings and so on. And she knows the game. She's the one playing it. So she said she knew that he was lying. And and people were telling her to impeach Bush. But she just didn't want to. That's it. There's no reason. It's not like, oh, I couldn't do it politically. No, it's just I didn't want to. Okay. So once again, you see the irregularities. Like, yeah, we'll impeach Trump for this, but we won't impeach Bush, who did, a million times worse. Now, my point here is that what she means, what Nancy Pelosi means when she says we need a strong Republican Party, she's talking about people like George Bush, because she likes those kinds of Republicans, right? And this is really the issue, is that the only problem they have with Trump is he's a loudmouth. He doesn't have this filter that they do. He doesn't really care about lying for some reason. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't lie. He lies all the time. But he says things out loud that they wouldn't, like, we're keeping the oil. You remember he's talking about the oil in Syria? We're keeping the oil. Joe Biden wouldn't say that. Joe Biden would say we are, or no, let me say it. Lindsey Graham say we're modernizing the oil fields. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, but he says it a bit more diplomatically. And Trump doesn't have that filter all the time, even though, again, he does lie. But he doesn't have the filter. That's why they don't like him, because he says the quiet parts out loud too much. And he embarrasses them, and he gives away the game. And he's just like them. He's not really that different. He's not different at all. I don't understand people say he's like anti-establishment. What do you mean anti-establishment? This motherfucker attacked Iran. He almost started a war with them. He sanctioned Syria and Iran and Cuba and Venezuela harder than ever before, although Cuba is debatable. They've been 60 years under sanctions. But the maximum pressure campaign is what I'm talking about. And then he goes and gives Israel all these concessions. He quits the Iran deal, moves the embassy, the Golden Heights, all these things. Like, come on, man, who are you playing? And then Assange, the indictment, these are just a few handful of things. The military budget, he increased it even higher than it was under George Bush. Like, the guy is the establishment. You cannot be a billionaire and the U.S. president and be against the establishment. That is a fucking oxymoron. Truly, that's a hell of a juxtaposition you got right there. The U.S. president being against the establishment. What a joke. So in any case, what Nancy Pelosi wants and what Democrats want when they say is we need a strong Republican Party is good Republicans like George Bush and Donald Rumsfeld and Condoleezza Rice and Dick Cheney. You remember Dick Cheney came to the Senate, to the Congress not long ago in the Capitol building, and they were all lining up to shake his hand, because that's who the Democrats are right now. They've kind of absorbed and taken in the neoconservatives, right? The same neoconservatives who started the war on terror, who created the Department of Homeland Security, who put in those tax cuts for the rich, who started all of these disgusting things like NSA mass surveillance, the CIA torture program. Although I just want to be clear, don't think that CIA torture and mass surveillance didn't exist before 2001, because they certainly did. But they took it to a new level with the technological advancements that we have and the war on terror and so on, right? So those neoconservatives, those are nice Republicans. That's who Nancy Pelosi wants. The people that she won't have to impeach because they keep their mouths shut, right? You understand? This is so crucial to understanding U.S. politics. This is everything that you have to know. This is the basics, man. This is 101. Anybody telling you otherwise is a fucking schmuck. There is no difference between these two parties. I don't even like saying parties. They're more like two wings of the same party, right? Every single domain you can think of, foreign policy, domestic policy, healthcare, fossil fuels, they are exactly the same. And when you find differences, you are truly, truly splitting hairs. Splitting hairs. I think this is perhaps all the more obvious to people outside the United States who are on the receiving end of foreign policy, U.S. foreign policy. But I don't think that's true. I think even inside the U.S., U.S. civilians, the working class, they're also on the receiving end of these assholes. They're also being deprived of, basic necessities, good wages, like, the things that other so-called industrialized countries have and guarantee for their citizens. So they're also being screwed out of a lot, right? So I think even inside the U.S., especially inside the U.S., outside, within and without, you should be able to see the similarities between them. And again, I know I went off on a few tangents here, but it's good. It's good to remind people of this, to put that into context and not forget about it. David says, Democrats and Republicans are two cheeks of the same arse. Oh, that's a George Galloway quote. I didn't know I could like George Galloway even more. He's great. I love him. That's brilliant. They're truly two cheeks of the same arse. And I just to be clear, guys, just to be very clear, that's not something unique to the United States. Like it's not the first country to have an establishment where you have people playing games and pretending to hate each other. Of course not. But right now we live in a world in 2022 where the US is the hegemon. Of course, we're transitioning to a multipolar world at the same time. But that's why we put a lot of the focus on the US, because the US is directing global foreign policy and controls the global monetary and financial system. So you have to, it's like living in Roman times and not talking about Rome. What are you doing? Right? So one thing that's very important, which I wanted to touch on with you guys, is what's happening in Brazil. And once again, this relates to the US, and you'll see why in a second. But I just want to get these papers ready for you so we can have a good little look. Just give me a moment. There's one thing that I forgot to show you. Damn, I wish I didn't forget about this, because we were talking about the French just before. I'm so sorry, I forgot about this. Here, I'll just very quickly, very, very quickly, okay? But honestly, can I ask you guys something? When I was talking about Mélenchon in France, did you see the similarities with how it compares to Bernie Sanders and Corbyn? I'm not talking about him and his program and all these things. I mean more like how the whole game works, the political game and the neoliberal and the far right and the media. I see some similarities. I don't know about you guys, but I think there are many, many similarities. But the one thing that is not similar is that they are not rolling over, right? They meaning the French left. And that's something that is really great. That is something that is really great about the French left, is that they really are responsible for the things that people take for granted in France, like congé payé, basically when you have a fixed working week, fixed hours that you work a week, paid leave, healthcare, things that people take for granted. It's the socialists in France who got that done. And right now, this NUPES is very significant. And the reason that this is not entirely comparable to Bernie Sanders or Corbyn is because they actually stand a chance, right? And I want to show you the polls, which again are not gospel, but they still warrant, they're still worth looking at. So here is what we've got, okay? This is from 5th to 9th of May. And this is about the parliamentary elections or the legislative elections that are next month, okay? And let's take a look at what we have here. So, NUPES is what we're talking about. This is the new socialist, or shall we say just the left coalition in France, right? Which is being led by Mélenchon, and it includes the Greens and the Communists and France Insoumise and so on, right? So this is what we want to focus at, okay? This is huge. So this is the seat projection, okay? And we can see that NUPES, so the left coalition, would get between 135 and 165, okay? Now, if we look at what's happening on the left right here, LR and allies, EPP and RE. So basically, LR is Les Républicains, and they are doing worse than what you see with NUPES. And of course, it's funny, I sometimes get thrown off because, Marine Le Pen, her party used to be called Le Front National, the National Front, and she changed the name. They rebranded it, kind of, right? I think they called it Rassemblement National. So I get thrown off sometimes when I see RN, because I'm not used to seeing that. They only did it a few years ago. To me, c'est le Front National. C'est la même merde. Donc voilà. So she's doing much worse, or shall we say, the party is doing much worse. It's not about her running for president or something anymore, right? So we are looking more at the legislatives here. And of course, just a second, I'm not seeing the thing anymore. Hold on. Here's another poll. So, this is in French, sondage exclusif pour les législatives. Qu'est-ce qu'on voit ici? This is the projection. So, this is what they think is going to happen next month in June, right? I'm trying to read it in French and translate the parts for you. Give me a second. So they're saying the NUPES, the left coalition, are doing great because they're projected to win between 135 and 165 seats, as opposed to 60, as opposed to the 60 that they have today, right? And they're saying here that, you know, it could be deceiving to just look at the final score as not being enough, because this is just the beginning of the campaign. There's still a month to go, right? There's still a little over a month to go. And as we were seeing, the Républicains seraient particulièrement affaiblis, so the Republicans are looking weak, like we just saw in the other poll, but you can see here in blue, right? Les Républicains et les centristes. And Rassemblement National, this is Marine Le Pen's party, the far right. As I was saying, for me, c'est le Front National. And of course, La République En Marche, which is Macron's party, serait majoritaire avec entre 310 et 350 sièges. Okay, so they would obviously win if it stays like this. But again, I think the point that we should be looking at here is that you have seen the projections for the French left basically more than doubling compared to what they are now. And this is just literally not even a week after they announced the NUPES coalition. So this could very well change, and you could very well end up having Mélenchon as prime minister. And I think this was a very, very smart move. If they had only done that in the presidential election, man, that would. I really believe that Mélenchon stood a chance, because he was 1%, barely 1% behind Le Pen. And a lot of people voted for Macron out of spite against Le Pen, just to block her, le blocage. If she wasn't there, if it's Macron, Mélenchon, man, you don't know what happened. You cannot say for sure what the result would have been. You cannot. So this is very interesting, and we'll see what happens. I'll keep you up to date on this. But yeah, in any case, I want to get back to what we were discussing in a second, which is with Brazil, right? So you'll see in a moment why this is so significant and why it relates to the United States. But first, I must get something to drink. I've been speaking nonstop for God knows how long. And let me just check here. Do we have any new people on Patreon or on PayPal? I'm not getting notifications because I don't know where my phone is, so you'll have to forgive me. But in any case, let's go get something to drink, and we'll be back in just a minute, guys. And in the meantime, I'll play the break screen, and then we'll continue, okay? And again, thank you to everyone who's supporting the show. I appreciate it very much.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 303
3-0.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you looked at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much. W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you looked at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much. W is for
I'm back, baby. Let's go. Guys, I'm gonna nag you because I didn't plug the show, but it's not really about plugging the show. I want to have a backup. I want to have a contingency plan. So what I'm telling you is, please don't just subscribe on YouTube. Please follow on Telegram or sign up for the email thing. It's not to spam you, it's to have a backup, right? Because we don't know if they will do something to my YouTube channel, God forbid. We want to make sure we have everything covered. I can still reach you guys, you can still see the videos, some kind of form of communication, some line of communication. So I'm going to put the links in the chat, or Claudia there, she dropped it, the Telegram link. How many are we at right now on Telegram? Let me see. Let me pull it up in front of you. Right now, we are almost at 9,000. Almost at 9,000 followers. Come on, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. And I don't know if Claudia can please hook me up with the new Patreon thing. How many people are we on Patreon? I think we are now 859. Very good. I don't know if we've ever been that high, but that is quite good. So basically, the goal is to get to 900. Wow. 900, and we are at 859. So we have 41 people to go. Can we do it? I think we can do it. We've got like 1,500 people watching. I'm sure that some of you like the channel enough and want to support my work, so please kindly sign up on Patreon. Basically, you just give a monthly donation. You can put in whatever number you like. It really doesn't matter. There's no like minimum or maximum, and I'm very grateful. So if you like my work, please consider supporting the channel. This is independent journalism, and it's how I can keep doing my thing. So thank you very, very much. And of course, there's PayPal and other things. Claudia will put the links, as I'm sure. And oh, we got somebody who just signed up. Thank you very, very much to Minor. Am I saying your name correctly? I hope I am. Thank you very much. And here's a crab dance for you. Thank you.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right, guys. Thank you very, very much. Here is the new graphic from Claudia. She was very kind to put this together so quickly. Check this out. We are at 800. And, well, actually, no, that's outdated. We should be 860 now. It's 860. We are at 860. And the goal is to get to 900. So thank you to everyone who's supporting the show. And when you sign up, I'll play a crab dance. But first, I would like to continue with the program. So there's some things I wanted to touch on that I didn't get a chance to do last time, and developments that have happened since. Are you guys up to speed with what's happening in Brazil? Yes? So let me see if we can get started on this one. I'll try my best to condense it. Let's see. Very good. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Haha. Yes. This relates to the United States, as everything in the world always does, right? that sounds very very imperialist. Everything is related to us, of course. We're the best out, boy. Yes. I always do the Queen's English, even though they're supposed to be Americans, because same people, man. It's the same people. you know, if you go and you watch some movies like from the, I don't know, Clark Gable era, you know, Alfred Hitchcock, all these great movies from the early 20th century, they have what's called a transatlantic accent, or Orson Welles. They're not only brilliant actors and actresses, but they have a really great way of speaking. I enjoy it very, very much. And it's kind of a mix between, as the name implies, it's a transatlantic accent. So it's kind of like what I'm doing. They're basically mixing, you know, US and British English together. No one speaks like that anymore. It's a shame. Although I will admit, it's not as bad as the Queen's English in terms of the reputation, because now, when you speak with Queen's English or BBC English, whatever you want to call it, lovely old boy down in the city, you know, it has kind of a snobbish air about it, right? It's not considered high class, you know. It's not considered as prestigious as it used to be. It has a bit of a snobbish connotation or air about it now. However, my point is that, and which is why you don't hear it on the BBC. This is BBC London, right? So they would speak like that in the early 20th century. You don't hear that anymore. Now, when it comes to the transatlantic accent, I don't feel that it has that kind of connotation or air about it. Not at all. It's still very fancy if you want, but in a good way. I like both of them. They're very. I find the Queen's English to be kind of funny. It's like this typical, you know, rich upper class Eton schoolboy. Yeah, good show, boy. Bloody good. You know, you had actors like David Niven who speak like that. Right. Anyway. We have Ashur. He says transatlantic used to be spoken among U.S. intellectuals. FDR spoke that way. Yeah, exactly. It's very interesting. I really like it. My King of Kings says there's no shame in speaking well. Oh, absolutely not. I'm not saying that. I just meant in general in the UK, people consider it like if you spoke like that, they'd look at you funny. You know what I mean? Like it's. I think over time it's kind of. I don't know what the reason is, but. You know, Lefty says, talk about Lula already and stop digressing. I'll talk about Lula whenever the hell I want. Don't you pressure me. No, I want to get to it. I know. But I like going off on 15 tangents before we actually get there. Excuse me. Kinky says, I got kicked out of the London Ritz in the 1980s for wearing upscale jeans. Oh boy, this is a cardinal sin. As if I've ever been in the Ritz. I have no clue. CA says, do you support Russia? Would you in Ukraine? Let me put it this way. I dislike war very much. I hate it, and I think it's horrible because I cover this stuff for, you know, every single day, basically, for hours and hours, and I read about it every day. And my cousins have lived through the war in Syria, and you know, even in Pakistan, what happened with the bombing near my school, you know, that's again these CIA, Al-Qaeda funded bastards, and seeing also what's happening in Yemen. I've never been to Yemen, but, you know, I reported on it. And I just seeing all these things, I hate it. I really think it's disgusting. And I think sanctions are disgusting. They are economic warfare. So I think it's always best to find a diplomatic solution. Now, with that said, you have to look at who started this war, right? And the conventional wisdom now is that, well, it's Russia. Yeah, but it's not that simple. That's not how politics works. It's not black and white. And as easy as saying, oh, it's just Russia being aggressive. Yeah, Russia is the one in Ukraine. Obviously, that's an undeniable fact. But why is Russia in Ukraine in the first place? Because of NATO expansionism. So you have aggression across 30 years. I'm talking about post-Cold War. Never mind in the Cold War. You have 30 years where NATO doubled its membership. Now, again, NATO was created to fight the Soviet Union, right? So the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. Why is NATO not only expanding, but doubling its membership? There's no excuse for this. And why is NATO bombing Libya and bombing my country, Syria? What the fuck does it have to do with defensive alliance? Nothing. So you see that NATO is not a defensive alliance. It's an aggressive, offensive alliance. And not only because of Russian expansionism towards Russia, but because of its other actions in the Middle East. And so when you see, because they want to make about Putin, dude, forget Putin. Who cares about Putin? The Russians have been saying this before anyone ever heard of Vladimir Putin. He was a nobody when the Russians were telling the Americans, you need to stop expanding. And the Americans agreed, and the British agreed, and the Germans and the French, they all fucking agreed. They said, okay, we will not expand past the Elbe. So I really find this disgusting that they make agreements, they give their word, and then they go back on their word and then point the finger. What is this, man? Like, this is so clear. This is... There's nothing confusing about this. This is not new. This is something the Russians have been telling them for ages. I don't understand what's so controversial about it. I can tell you one thing, man. If the roles were reversed, people would look at this and say, yeah, the United States is being attacked in a sense, right? So, for example, I know people, they talk about the Cuban Missile Crisis. I don't think that's 100% comparable. I tell you why. Because the Cuban Missile Crisis happened after the US tried to overthrow the fucking government in Cuba. So no wonder the Cubans look to the Soviets and say, you guys need to help us. Please come put some things here. Some very scary, intimidating things. Now, was that correct? Was that smart to put nuclear missiles? Probably not. Because it escalated things needlessly. You could have protected Cuba or offered some sort of, you could have protected Cuba and also given the Russians, some benefit with different armaments or some kind of other conventional security pact. You didn't have to put nuclear warheads there. I think that was maybe not the best move. Again, I'm just trying to say here that people like to talk about the Soviets coming and putting missiles there like that happened in a vacuum. It didn't happen in a vacuum. The other thing that people forget is that the Americans put missiles in Turkey, right? The Jupiter nuclear missiles. So those were also in striking distance of the Russians. So again, you have to remember that there's always an action and a reaction. It's not the Soviets and the Cubans just randomly deciding to put missiles there, yeah? So that's number one. But just for the sake of proximity, for geographical proximity, yes, Cuba is very close to the US, and the United States felt threatened. I understand this, obviously. So why do we accept that it's the United States feels threatened, and we understand this, and we can observe this and acknowledge this, but then when it comes to Russia, they refuse to acknowledge the geography? What is this? This is madness. Anybody can read a fucking map, and you can see that they've encircled Russia, and they are always expanding more and more. And it's not even just about that. As I told you, they attack other countries too. So this is not defensive, and it's not necessary, and it's provocative. So, do I support Russia? I don't want the war in the first place. Do you know what I mean? Like, this shouldn't be happening in the first place. So, that's my position, and I think it's very sad that you have so many Ukrainians that like 5 million. I bet it's 6 million now. It's probably 6 million refugees that have left Ukraine, and you have people internally displaced. That's a whole other thing, right? Because when people leave their homes, not all of them leave the country, right? So you have to consider there are even more people that are being hurt by this war. And like, this is horrible, this is really horrible. I understand the Ukrainians when they are feeling like their sovereignty's been violated. Yeah, I get it. I really get it. And it's really a shitty situation, because they basically poke the Russians with a stick, poking a bear, and then they act like it's something that happened in a vacuum. It's not true. Excuse me, I need to drink something. Again, you have to remember that most of the Ukrainians are civilians, like in every country, and they have nothing to do with Kiev, meaning the government, or, NATO. They didn't ask for this shit. So, and the U.S. has basically been running that country like a puppet show, for the last couple of years since 2014. So you cannot come in there and, imagine how the U.S. would feel if Russia had installed a puppet government in Canada. They would fucking lose it. They would go nuclear. They would lose it. So stop these double standards, please. And another thing, the Monroe Doctrine. The Americans have a logic, a mantra, an ideology that everything in the Western Hemisphere is in their domain, geographically, right? Literally. And so they must assure their own security, right? And own protection. Now, the problem with this is that it sounds logical. Like, yeah, of course, every country wants to defend itself. But the problem is that the Americans, they go very, very far with this. And they start cooing every single country that they can reach, right? In Latin America, there are countries that have been cooed twice. Like, that's how absurd it is. I can't think of a single country in Latin or Central America that they've actually left alone. Do you understand what I mean? So my point here is that the Americans, they see their own security as paramount, and that justifies all sorts of action, clandestine or overt. And so, they have a blank check, a carte blanche to do whatever they want. And then with the Russians, they act like this is some unprecedented thing that they would never, ever do. Like, what is this hypocrisy? You don't have to like what the Russians are doing, but don't come here and start lecturing. You know what I mean? Like, if China was doing the lecturing, what could you say about the Chinese? They don't do shit like this, like the Americans. They actually have some sort of, moral high ground to talk about foreign policy. Like they're not an aggressive country. They don't go bombing people halfway across the planet. They don't do that. So they at least, they might have some kind of moral standing to talk about this foreign policy. The Americans, NATO, the British, come on, man. This looks pathetic now. This looks really hypocritical, and that's why it doesn't fly. Because the countries that have been violating international law, and they've been killing civilians, drone striking them, burying them under rubble, sanctioning them, starving them, fucking their lives up from A to Z, are now suddenly concerned about sovereignty and international law. Shut the hell up. Seriously. Like, I know, I understand that the truth is the truth no matter who says it. Fine, I get this. But the problem is that they are not only giving lectures, they are also in the fight. Do you understand? They have a dog in this fight, or I should say a pawn. They're using Ukraine as a pawn. So they have an objective in this. It's not just, they're lecturing. If that's one thing. But what you're also lecturing while, participating in this conflict, and just doing that as propaganda, that's something completely different. Because they're not doing it to speak the truth. Like, it's not Joe Biden getting up and just trying to be some, honest guy, some benevolent philosopher who's just speaking the truth, and that's it. No. They are saying this as propaganda to justify what they are doing. You get it? So that's the issue. And I want to say one more thing. I think this is really the most important point. You can completely disagree with Russia and hate everything they're doing, but know one thing. The only reason that Russia is able to do this is because the United States and the United Kingdom and NATO created this environment where countries can do this. Do you understand? They've opened this Pandora's box because they have violated international law, and they have violated other countries' sovereignty so much that now when they go to oppose what Russia is doing, they have no standing. And that's why most of the world, they don't support what the West is saying. I know they want you to think that most of the world is against Russia. It's not true. It's simply untrue. Just look at the UN votes. Look at how all these countries in the global south, the economic powers, are still working with Russia, and they still have ties with Russia, and they're still trading. It's just the West. Don't confuse the West with the world. Do you understand? So my point here is that when you behave like this and you create this international lawlessness, then we get shit like this. You understand? Where conflicts are resolved with violence and military force instead of being solved diplomatically, which is possible, right? And of course, you will have people who say there was the Minsk agreements and the Russians gave these demands in December. Yes, I know. But my point is that in general, generally speaking, we would have a better world if the hegemon, meaning the US and its military alliance NATO, had created an example of diplomacy and of like really demonstrating how to resolve things diplomatically, and not committing acts of aggression, because then you are setting a good example for the world. And that's it's very unfortunate. It's very sad. And I'm saying that generally. I'm not just connecting that to what's happening in Ukraine. I mean this really generally speaking. And again, it's very, very sad. It's very sad, especially for the Ukrainians, really. Because again, most of these people, they have nothing to do with politics. They have nothing to do with NATO, nothing to do with any of this. They don't want any of this. They didn't ask for any of this, and they're being used and exploited. It's disgusting, really. They are the ones who are paying the price at the end of the day. It's always like this. It's always the civilians. Always, always, always. Okay, so I wanted to talk about this is from Brazil, right? And just give me a moment because I have too many things open, so this is a bit catastrophic. Hold on. Okay. So some very exciting news from Brazil. Lula is running for president again, and he has proposed some very interesting ideas. But before I get to that, let's just go through this very briefly from Al Jazeera. So they're saying Brazil's former president, Lula da Silva, has officially launched his campaign for presidential election, calling on people to unite behind him to defeat the quote-unquote totalitarian threat, without mentioning far-right incumbent Jair Bolsonaro. He's the incumbent, right? So we are ready to work not only to win the election on October 2nd, but to rebuild and transform Brazil, which will be even more difficult, the 76-year-old left-wing icon told a rally in Sao Paulo on Saturday, making his political comeback official 4 years after he was jailed on controversial corruption charges. So just to just a small parenthesis, Lula was put in prison on bogus charges. They accused him of corruption and all this stuff, and he was later exonerated by the Brazilian Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken. So it was clearly a political vendetta and a witch hunt against him. And Glenn Greenwald did a lot of fantastic work, investigative reporting on that, about the car wash story and all this. I'm not going to go into whole details, but on the channel right here, just type in Richard Medhurst, Glenn Greenwald, and Lula or Brazil or car wash, and you will find the interview. We went into detail, and his book is called Securing Democracy, and he talks about this story about Brazil and how he blew the lid off of this whole thing. His reporting actually contributed to setting the record straight on these fake, bogus charges. So very, very significant. In any case, let's go back here to the article, and they're saying Lula is saying the most serious moment the country is going through forces us to overcome our differences and build an alternative path to the incompetence and authoritarianism that governs us. We want to join Democrats of all political positions, classes, races, and religious beliefs to defeat the totalitarian threat, the hatred, violence, and discrimination hanging over our country. So the 76-year-old, meaning Lula, left office in 2010 as the most popular president in Brazilian history, after presiding over an economic boom that lifted some 30 million Brazilians from poverty. While campaigning will start in August, Lula has been unofficially campaigning since March 2021, when a court annulled the corruption convictions that sidelined him from politics. right? So that's also why this is very important, because it's not just about clearing his name. It also about him being able to make a political comeback. Here we go. They talk about it. So a sweeping investigation dubbed Operation Car Wash that began in 2014 uncovered an enormous corruption scheme centered on state-run oil company Petrobras. Lula was convicted of multiple bribe-taking charges and sentenced to a total of 26 years in prison. He started his sentence in April 2018 and was removed from that year's presidential race, which Bolsonaro won on a wave of outrage against Lula and his Workers' Party, PT. The Supreme Court later found bias on the part of the lead judge in the case, Sergio Moro, who went on to become Bolsonaro's justice minister. So, Bolsonaro has made it clear that he will not leave power without a fight, while at one point Lula looked set to beat Bolsonaro outright in the first round vote on October 2nd. Without needing a runoff on October 30th, the president has narrowed the gap in the latest polls. Gustavo Ribeiro, a political analyst, says Bolsonaro will do everything he can to catch up with Lula in the polls. Quote, he will try to use his massive presence on social media in order to make waters murkier to regain ground, especially to voters he lost in the 3.5 years of presidency. Lula said he has forged a widening alliance of 7 left-of-center parties so far, and he has picked centrist former Sao Paulo governor Geraldo Alckmin for his running mate to draw moderate voters not happy with Bolsonaro's administration. He stressed his achievements during his 2 terms from 2003 to 2010. Quote, Brazil has returned to the somber past we thought we had overcome, mentioning the rise of hunger among poor Brazilians. So, My understanding is that campaigning, legally speaking, it officially starts in August and the election is in October, right? So this rally that he had here, where he sort of announced, this rally that he just had now, where he brought all his supporters together. He can't legally call it a campaign rally. So it's like, I think they call it something like a pre-launch rally. Anyway, this is just a tiny detail. But in any case, something that is really intriguing, and I'm not going to go through all of Lula's policies, but one thing that really caught my eye, and I think this is incredible. Take a look at this. Lula wants a Latin American currency. Oh boy. Oh, here we go. Former Brazilian President Lula da Silva, who's once again in the running for the presidency, says that, God willing, he hopes to see the creation of a Latin American currency capable of overcoming the region's dependence on the dollar. Oh, man. You already know this is hot water. This is hot water. Lula insists that Brazil ought to reestablish relationships in the region and overseas, and let's go back to reestablishing our relationship with Latin America, and God willing, to create a new currency so that we don't have to deal with being dependent on the dollar. We are going to try to recuperate the BRICS. Whoa, 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 whoa. I can already hear the State Department employees running down the hall trying to get to the CIA to get some little coup cooking. Oh, man. The PT candidate, so PT's Workers' Party in Brazil, made the statements at an event held on Saturday by the PSOL, in which the party formally announced its support for the frontrunner. Lula has expressed his intention to strengthen ties with Africa. Quote, we're going to prioritize our relationship with the African continent because Brazil has a debt to pay to Africa. This Brazilian debt is not measured in money. It is measured in solidarity, in the transfer of technology. Brazil has an obligation at the end of the day. It's been 350 years of exploitation of black people. We are who we are because we are African blood. See, this is what I like about Lula. There is it's not just some like tokenism like neoliberals, so-called left in Europe and the United States, like, oh, well, here's a black press secretary. We are so diverse. No, he gets it. He understands. So polls show that Lula is poised to win the first round. A late April survey conducted by Potter Data shows Lula receiving 41% and Bolsonaro who's the incumbent, receiving 36% of voter intention. Lula's 5% lead over Bolsonaro increases to 9% in the second round. So the idea of a single Latin American currency was designed by economist Gabriel Galipolo, former president of Banco Fator, who has collaborated with Lula's government program. The role of the Central South American Bank and how the exchange times between SUR and the local currency would work. So with less than 6 months to the elections, Lula defended the creation of a single currency in Latin America as part of the expansion of relations between countries in the region. And again, he mentions the BRICS. So just so you understand, the BRICS refers to Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. This is the club, right? The BRICS club of the emerging economies, right? So Brazil, as the B in BRICS implies, is one of them. And this is really revolutionary, because when you say you want to get off the dollar, that makes the Americans furious. What I think what I think they see it as is a red line. That's a red line, because you are basically threatening the American monetary hegemony and the American financial system, which controls the world, right? Wall Street runs the world. And this new South American currency that he's trying to make, Lula, which is called SUR, right? It will be issued by a South American central bank with an initial capitalization made by the member countries proportional to their respective shares in regional trade. SUR would be made with the international reserves of the countries and or with a tax on exports from countries outside the region. The new currency would be used for trade and financial flows between countries in the region. Member countries would receive an initial endowment of the currency of SUR and would be free to adopt it domestically or maintain their currencies. Exchange rates between national currencies and SUR would be floating, so not fixed or pegged. So the plan is still under development and will be finalized in the coming months. And if you go over here, there's there was also an article by Ben Norton, right? And he touches also on the plan to create this South American currency, right? So SUR means south, okay, in Spanish. That's where the name comes from. And as they're saying, countries would keep their sovereign domestic currency, but could use SUR to do bilateral trade with each other instead of having to exchange for US dollars, right? And Lula argues that this could help contain inflation in the region. And the idea is to deepen Latin American integration and strengthen the region's economic sovereignty, weakening its dependence on the United States. And again, what were we talking about just a few moments ago? The Monroe Doctrine, where the United States thinks and believes and acts on the basis that everything in the Western Hemisphere is our domain, and we must do everything to guarantee our security, no matter the cost. And that includes cooing Latin American and Central American countries. Literally too many to name. And as I've said, some countries have even been cooed multiple times. So you have to understand something. Why does this relate to the currency? Because the United States derives a lot of its power, both perceived and literal and real, from the United States dollar. The US dollar is the world's global reserve currency. It used to be, so I think about 80% of oil transactions are done in dollars. And I think just a little over 50% of all transactions every day are done in US dollars. And I don't recall the exact figure of how much the global reserve currency is denominated in dollars, but it is by far the largest, no question. So the point is that the US dollar used to be pegged to gold, right? So there was a fixed amount of gold for a dollar that's backed by like an actual, something of actual value. And that was, of course, agreed upon during Bretton Woods, right? Which is a conference that took place at the end of World War II, where they discussed the new world order that they would be implementing, and they decided the US currency would be the world's de facto reserve currency and pegged to gold and so on. Now, of course, this was great for a while, and then a few decades later in the 1970s, the gold standard, as it was called, was basically dissolved, and in its place emerged the petrodollar. And the idea is that the United States dollar, its might, its value, is backed by the fact that most oil sales are done in US dollars. So when you are buying oil, which is one of the most precious commodities, you're getting something of value. So when you're selling oil, you're getting something of value, dollars. And that's just as good as the black gold, right? So this is also part of the arrangement that the Americans came to with the Saudis, right? Saudi Arabia is one of the world's top exporters of oil. And the idea was that you guys, you have to only sell your oil in US dollars. And in exchange, we'll give you weapons, we'll give you security, protection, and we'll look the other way when you're financing terrorists, exporting Wahhabism, and so on, right? So this is the unwritten deal, right? That's what's been going on, and this is why the United States, they love talking about democracy and freedom of speech and women's rights, but when Saudi Arabia chops up a Washington Post journalist like Jamal Khashoggi, or they don't even let women drive up until recently, I think, they basically treat women like second-class citizens. Oh, all of a sudden, women's rights and freedom of the press, we don't know what that is. I don't know. Funny, there was no Arab Spring in Saudi Arabia. Funny how that works. In any case, the whole point was that this gives the US dollar its value. And the United States, when they look at this kind of situation, like countries trying to, swerve, diverge from the US dollar, they perceive that as a threat. And we go back to the Monroe Doctrine, right? That you are threatening the value of our dollar, of our currency, which is how we exert influence over the planet. That's a threat, and we are going to come after you. And I'm not speculating, because somebody else tried to do this. Their name, Gaddafi. So they tell you, Gaddafi's a brutal dictator. And look, man, no one is saying the guy is an angel, right? Like no one's trying to say he's innocent. But they sell you this idea that, NATO had to go in and bomb Libya and fly 26,000 sorties and get rid of this guy because he's so evil, right? That's not the real reason. That's a lie. That's the garbage that they feed you so you don't understand what's going on. The real reason they went after Gaddafi, or you could say one of the real reasons, it's certainly one of them, if not the most important, is because he tried doing something like this. Gaddafi wanted African countries to make their own currency. He wanted to call it the golden dinar, okay? And the whole point of this was to move away from what? From the US dollar. And from the CFA franc. The CFA franc is a French colonial currency that 14 African countries are still using. Can you imagine? They teach you, colonialism finished in 1945. That's not what happened, baby. You got 14 African countries whose currencies are literally controlled by France. How the hell is that independence and decolonization? So when Gaddafi said, I have 144 tons of gold in the Libyan central bank, and I'm going to use that, and together we are going to make our own currency, the golden dinar, and we will only sell our precious African resources in that currency to give it even more value. Game over. They got him. And I'm not speculating. We know this is true because when we look at, once again, here we go, WikiLeaks. A decade later, and these emails are as relevant as ever, and these files and documents are as relevant as ever. Here's an email written to Hillary Clinton. And what does the subject line say? France's client and Gaddafi's gold. Okay. So what do they talk about here? They're saying Gaddafi's government holds 143 tons of gold and a similar amount in silver. During late March 2011, these stocks were moved and taken from the vaults of the Libyan central bank in Tripoli. The gold was accumulated prior to the current rebellion and was intended to be used to establish a pan-African currency based on the Libyan golden dinar. This plan was designed to provide the Francophone African countries with an alternative to the French franc, the CFA. According to knowledgeable individuals, this quantity of gold and silver is valued at more than $7 billion. French intelligence officers discovered this plan shortly after the current rebellion began. Wow! What good timing! What convenient timing, right? French intelligence officers discovered this plan shortly after the current rebellion began, and this was one of the factors that influenced President Nicolas Sarkozy's decision to commit France to the attack on Libya. According to these individuals, Sarkozy's plan were driven by the following issues: a desire to gain a greater share of Libya oil production, increase French influence in North Africa, improve his internal political situation in France, provide the French military with an opportunity to reassert its position in the world, address the concern of his advisors over Gaddafi's long-term plans to supplant France as the dominant power in Francophone Africa. Funny how that works, right? When you say, hey, you're attacking Africa, you're attacking the Middle East because you're trying to steal the oil and you're trying to steal the gold. They say, oh, you're a cuckoo, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a Gaddafi apologist, you're a Saddam apologist, you're an Assad apologist, you're blah, 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 fucking blah. But the truth, they don't want to hear it. The fact that they are still coming to these lands, the Europeans, the Americans are still coming to Africa, they're still coming to Middle East to fucking plunder, to steal, to thieve, like 200 years ago, like 300 years ago. This has not changed. Anybody telling you otherwise is a dunce. The receipts are literally right there. This is from Hillary Clinton's emails. What the fuck more do you want? Do you want her to say it out loud for you? What more do you want? If you think the French have that logic, what do you think the Americans' logic is? It's the exact same thing. So this is how they perceive global South countries, countries in Africa, countries in Latin America, making their own currency. That's a threat to them, right? They don't want independence. They don't want actual decolonization. No. They want you to sell your resources in their currency, so their currency has value, and you are left with nothing, and they give you pennies for what you sold them. Interesting, right? Funny how that works. So I wouldn't be surprised if Lula over here is paid a visit by the CIA sometime soon. And I take no pleasure in saying that. I'm actually worried about this guy because they already locked him up in jail and smeared him and screwed up his life once. What do you think is to stop them from doing this again? Gaddafi got lynched in the street. They lynched that man in the street because of NATO. They hanged Saddam Hussein. Again, Saddam Hussein is not an angel. No one's excusing all the shit that he did. But they, like Gaddafi himself said, by the way, they executed an entire Arab leadership. Who gave the United States the right to come and execute Saddam Hussein in Iraq? Who gave these colonizers, these invaders, these occupiers, Britain and the US, to come and decide who gets to be the president in Iraq? It's not your business. Who gave them the right to do all these coups in Latin America? Who gave them the right to go after Gaddafi? Who gave them the right to go after Assad? It's none of your business. Assad is this or Assad is that. That's for Syrians to decide. It's not your business. It's not your place. Do you allow the Syrian army to come attack, London and then take out the prime minister from number 10 Downing Street? Do you allow this? You would say this is outrageous, and yet you permit yourself to do that to others? Or I should say, this is ridiculous, right? This is obscene. It's so normalized. Like, yeah, of course. Oh, we feel threatened. Oh, it's our currency. Shut the fuck up. Well, you think these people in the establishment in Washington, D.C. and Whitehall, they think they're the only human beings on earth? They're the only ones who have the right to self-determination? Obscene. Absolutely obscene. This is what the polls look like. I want to say that I went off on a tangent. I did not go off on a tangent. That is exactly directly related to everything we are talking about. The Western powers do not like new currencies. They want you to use theirs. They want to run the game. Take a look at this. These are the latest polls from Brazil. How is Lula doing? How is he looking for October 2nd? As they say, a candidate must receive over 50% of the vote in the first round to secure victory outright. Otherwise, the top two candidates face each other off in a runoff in October 30th. So it's like France, right? These are the polls aggregated. Below is where the pre-candidates stand in the per aggregator polling data. Now, let me zoom out so you can actually see the legend. Lula is up here in red, leading the polls. Underneath him in blue is the incumbent president, Bolsonaro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Right? And you can see that these results, they're not just from one poll. This is an aggregate over several polls, right? So the latest one is from April 27th from what I'm seeing, right? And he's always leading. Remember, this guy left as the most popular president in Brazil's history, and they had to throw him in jail over fake corruption charges to make sure that Bolsonaro would win. Like, that's how popular he is. They have to lock his ass up and throw away the key because he is so loved in Brazil that no one else stands a chance. Like, think how vindictive that is and malicious. That's the reality. They're not going to get away with it this time. They're not going to get away with it this time because his name has been cleared and he's coming. He's coming. And I have a very good feeling that he is going to win. I could be wrong, but again, Lula, these kinds of leaders, like in Bolivia, right? We had Evo Morales. These guys are so popular. The United States and their henchmen and their local regional henchmen have to literally coup the guy. Either a soft coup, you could call this a soft coup, what they did to Lula, or in Bolivia, a straight up right-wing fascist coup. They have to go in and get rid of this guy because they're so popular that they stand no chance if they do this democratically. They always talk about democracy. And when you actually try to have democracy, like let the people decide, they get rid of you. They don't want you to win. They don't believe in democracy. This is bullshit. In Pakistan, soft coup because Imran Khan is so popular. If he actually was able to hold the snap elections, he would have won in the landslide. Same thing with Morales. Same thing with Lula. Do you get the picture? It's all, oh yeah, democracy and freedom until you actually apply it. And then all of a sudden, oh, no, never mind about the democratically elected government. We got to get rid of you. Oh, sorry, you're corrupt. Oh, sorry, you played with the results. They all come up with some bullshit excuse. Always some excuse. Always. So this is looking good for Lula. And just going back over here. This is the article that we were looking at from Ben, right? So, under Brazil's current government, led by far-right leader Bolsonaro, the South American giant has subordinated itself to Washington while viciously attacking the left-wing governments in the region. Bolsonaro's Brazil has refused to recognize the legitimacy of the leftist Chavista government in its neighbor Venezuela and has even supported violent cross-border terrorist attacks against it. Lula has vowed to revive the BRICS system, as we were talking about. And in 2020, Lula published a call for a multipolar world. He explained his goal is the creation of a multipolar world free from unilateral hegemony and from sterile bipolar confrontation, which would permit a true refounding of the multilateral order based on principles of real multilateralism in which international cooperation can truly flourish. Hugo Chávez's attempt to create a pan-Latin American currency, the sucre. Lula's proposal for the sur is certainly not the first time progressive politicians in Latin America have tried to create a common currency. This has long been a dream of left-wing leaders in the region. Venezuela's revolutionary former president, Hugo Chávez, developed an international currency as part of the Bolivarian Alliance, ALBA, an economic coalition of left-wing governments in Latin America and the Caribbean. This currency was called the sucre and adopted in 2009 by Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, Bolivia, and Ecuador. Sucre was an acronym for Unified System for Regional Compensation, but also a reference to Antonio José de Sucre, who helped lead the South American independence struggle against Spanish colonialism alongside Simón Bolívar. So Ecuador's government, under leftist President Correa, who has a PhD in economics, was the main adopter of the sucre. And at its peak in 2012, it was used for more than $1 billion in bilateral annual trade in the region. But it fell out of use by 2016 following Chávez's death in 2013, a massive drop in commodity prices in 2014, and the imposition of U.S. sanctions on Venezuela and violent coup attempts against Chavez's successor, Maduro. You guys remember the Silver Core mercenary firm that tried to literally tried to just enact a coup against Venezuela? That was very, very embarrassing for the U.S. So as we were saying, Lula is leading the polls, right? As I showed you the results, he's leading the polls. And his name has been cleared and things are looking good for him. So right now, we will see what happens, because I suspect they will try to take him out. God forbid, I don't mean physically, but I mean politically speaking. I don't know if they'll be able to get away with playing another trick like the corruption thing, because that's so outrageous. Unfortunately, they did get away with it the first time. But I mean, I expect that given the status quo, when you have leaders like this who challenge the unipolar American hegemony that we live under, who want to transition to a multipolar world, I suspect the media will find something to attack him with. That's how it always goes, right? They always they don't know how to win on the policies and the arguments, so they go for personal attacks. That's always how it is. I wanted to show you just one more interesting thing from Ben, and because we were talking about the BRICS, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. So these are the emerging economic powers, and right now, China invited Argentina to attend the BRICS summit. So that's very, very important. China invited Argentina to attend the 2022 summits of the BRICS, a loose economic bloc bringing together all the countries that I just listed. BRICS was founded as an alternative to the US-dominated financial architecture, using semi-peripheral countries in the imperialist world system, often referred to as emerging economies, right? And this group is a model of the principle of South-South cooperation. Chinese President Xi Jinping personally sent a special invitation to Argentina to attend the BRICS summit, and Buenos Aires accepted Beijing's offer. That's huge. Now, Argentina's ambassador to China, Mr. Sabino Narvaja, said that the invitation is extremely important and constitutes a step toward formal entry into the BRICS. The summits will be virtually for the foreign ministers and presidents on May 20th and June 24th, respectively. So May 20th is for the foreign ministers and the presidents a month later. And so this is not the first time they've tried to incorporate Argentina. In 2014, India called for Argentina to be added to the alliance, and Russia invited them to the summit the same year. If Argentina joins, the grouping may be renamed BRICSA. Phonetically speaking, I prefer saying BRICS, but yeah, it would be BRICSA. So at the heart of the BRICS is the New Development Bank, which is an alternative to the Western Bank, as well as the Contingent Reserve Arrangement, a rival to the US-dominated International Monetary Fund, the IMF. So you guys understand that some of the major criticisms of the IMF and the World Bank are what? That these institutions, which are based in the West, they basically handcuff poorer countries by debt trapping them, right? And it's so funny because they say things like, oh, China is debt trapping this country, that country. That's so ridiculous. That's projection. That is pure projection. Because they constantly seek out, or the countries will come to the IMF and say, please lend us money. We need it for this and this project. Our economy's in trouble and so on. And then when the IMF knows they're going to default on the loan, they won't be able to pay it back. And then when they can't pay it back, they say, okay, we will only give you X amount of dollars if you do this and this and that. And of course, it's usually in the form of political concessions. So basically, it's a way of controlling poor countries by debt trapping them. I don't know what other word to use. You could say maybe extortion. You get the idea. It's a form of blackmail, holding something over their heads. And the unfortunate thing is that, these are institutions that isn't loan shark another good term to describe this? Maybe you could say it like that. But the problem is that, the IMF and the World Bank, they are institutions that, hold on. Here's the logos, just so you know what I'm talking about. These are part of the UN, right? Like the IMF and the World Bank are under the umbrella of the UN. And my point was that it's kind of disappointing because, you know, the UN, the idea of the UN is good, right? But when you have things like the IMF and the World Bank behaving like this, then they become a tool of imperialism. And when you have things like the Security Council, where the Russians and the Chinese and the British and the French and the Americans have permanent seat, meaning they can veto any resolution, this voids the entire purpose and point of the United Nations, which is to have a collective where everyone is equal, right? It's not equal. You have 5 people basically running the show. That's not equal. And you know, the idea of the UN is good. Unfortunately, it's from the beginning, from the founding, you have crap like this, which makes it either, you know, I would say ineffective at best. But I think for me and a lot of people, the IMF is really viewed as a tool of Western capitalism and imperialism and a form of control over poor countries. It is. It really is. And it's, you know, it's what it's known for effectively now. So just, I'm explaining this to you because in the article, it mentions the IMF and the World Bank and the alternatives that the BRICS have developed to these. So BRICS members have already said they would support Argentina joining the bloc's new development bank. Argentina is trapped in 44.5 billion of odious debt from the IMF and has sought other financial opportunities to ease this crushing burden. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. So this February, Argentine President Alberto Fernandez took a historic trip to China and Russia. In his meeting with President Xi, Fernandez said he wants his country to join the BRICS. Quote, I'm certain Argentina has to stop being so dependent on the IMF and the United States and has to open up to other places. And that is where it seems to me that Russia has a very important place. During his visit to Beijing, Fernandez signed an agreement officially incorporating Argentina into China's Global Belt and Road Initiative. So this is huge. Do you see all of these elements? New currencies, alternative banks and institutions, Belt and Road Initiative, which is China's infrastructure project. So you guys know in ancient times, there used to be something called the Silk Road. The Silk Road is an infamous trade route, which stretched all the way from China to, you know, the Mediterranean. And one of the most important cities on this route is Palmyra, right, in Syria. I've been there. It's beautiful. And, I mean, Palmyra has many things. There's a Roman amphitheater. It was ruled at one point by a queen named Zenobia. And, you know, lots of history. They're absolutely gorgeous, beautiful, beautiful. And one of the other things that makes it so prestigious is the fact that it was on the Silk Road. So when I saw that Syria is joining the Silk Road, or the new Silk Road, as it's called, that makes me happy, because it's a historical revival of something that's really important and bringing the global South closer together. So the Belt and Road Initiative is a huge project that was started by China, where countries will cooperate with each other more closely on things like tourism, infrastructure, you name it. It's so diverse and huge. I think really this is something where you see the difference between the Chinese and the Americans, if we're talking about multipolar world, because, you know, the Americans and NATO and the British, they'll just come to you and you know, occupy your country and then steal your oil and say, screw you, you know, and kill you if you get in the way, and call you a terrorist too. And the Chinese, which they love to, you know, to attack, the Chinese, they come to you and they form an agreement. It's not, give us your resources, we are going to colonize you. Has China invaded Iraq? Did China attack Libya and take its gold and its oil? No. The Chinese, their logic and their foreign policy is based on mutual respect. You don't have to like them, you don't have to agree with it, but you cannot deny that it is vastly different from Western foreign policy. It's not even comparable. Come on. So you're seeing so many countries like Cuba, Syria, Iran, and Argentina that have joined on. But the list is ridiculous. I think it's over 130 countries now, if I'm not mistaken, who've joined this new Silk Road. So let me just double check that just to be sure what the latest one is, because there are so many joining. Yeah, it's more than 130 countries. Wow. So just going back to the article, there's the Argentine president in China, in Moscow. And here they talk about Argentina's contradictory foreign policy, right? While trying to strengthen its relations with China and to a lesser extent Russia, Argentina has also been careful not to upset the US. Fernandez did oppose the US-backed far-right coup that overthrew Bolivia's democratically elected socialist government in 2019. That's what we were talking about with Morales. But Fernandez's centrist administration has taken an aggressive approach against other leftist governments in the region. And although Argentina claims to have a non-interventionist foreign policy, it has joined the US-led campaign to isolate Nicaragua's socialist Sandinista government. Fernandez's government likewise joined Washington in voting to expel Russia from the UN Human Rights Council over its war in Ukraine. Lula, back to Lula. So, Lula, who's a co-founder of the BRICS, has vowed to strengthen the bloc if he wins. And his former foreign minister, Amorim, has said that Brazil under Lula's leadership would strongly support Argentina joining the BRICS, calling it very important for the region. Argentina has the third largest economy in Latin America, following Brazil and Mexico. Mexico has also been considered as a potential member, but was likely excluded because it is already part of the Western-led Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or the OECD. So again, just to recap, you're seeing very, very interesting things happening here, simultaneously. And I think it's a very good idea to decouple from the US dollar, to develop your own currency, sell your resources in your own currency, and stop, uplifting Western and US hegemony for free. It's like if there were no wars and aggressive foreign policy, like it would be half an issue, but it's like adding insult to injury. It makes no sense. And the fact that they try to coup you for doing this, or, put you in jail, whatever it is, it shows you how important it is. It's not a joke. And this is exactly why when Russia started demanding that people pay for its gas in rubles, I was like, man, this is insane. Because you've never had that before. This is ridiculous. A few months ago, if you suggested that, okay, today, as I said, the climate internationally is changing. But generally speaking, if you said that, people go, what? Rubles? Why would you pay for that in rubles? You're paying dollars or euros, right? That's the thing. There's no more scowling and going, huh? Oh no, this is a different day. And that's why you're seeing things like this. And I think it's very significant because it also makes sense for the Russians. I'm taking the example of the Russians because the gas is theirs, right? So it's their choice really what they sell it in. And not only is this about sanctions and so on, like forget the war, put the war aside, just generally speaking, why should they give away their resource in exchange for a currency that bolsters a country attacking them? That makes no sense. Or countries. It's euros also. The idea is that right now they want the Russians to pay in euro. The Russians to get paid for their gas in euros and dollars. What do they do with that money? That doesn't make any sense. Like, someone is attacking you and preventing you from using the banks and accessing your foreign exchange reserves, and then they want you to promote their currency on top of it and uphold their currency. That makes no sense. Or I should say shore up, rather. So that makes no sense because the Russians would not even be able to use it. It could be frozen at any time. And keep in mind, the Russians are not only asking for the payments in rubles, the payments will be taking place in a Russian bank, meaning the EU can't just randomly decide to freeze their assets again if they feel like it, like they did with the Russian central bank. That's another important point. In any case, when you're seeing things like Saudi Arabia contemplating selling oil to the Chinese in renminbi, in the Chinese yuan, that's also very significant. And, India bought oil from Russia in rupees and rubles, again, unheard of. So this is very, very significant, seeing Lula suggesting the Sur currency. And of course, with the option of taking it or leaving it as a domestic currency. So they don't have to, it's like in the EU, right? Not every country that's an EU member has the euro as a currency. It's an optional thing. But is it important as a currency? Of course, right? It has lots of value. And if the Latin American countries did this, oh boy, they could really do some huge things for themselves and bolster their standing in the world economy, in their region, on the international stage. And of course, it's to their own benefit, because depending on the US dollar, look what that gets you. Look what that gets you, you know? They can just sanction you any day, confiscate your stuff. You know, these financial institutions, they're not operating honestly. You know, they're serving at the behest only of the US government, the EU, and they'll steal your stuff, man. Look what they did to Venezuela. They took all the gold in the Bank of England. They took, you know, half of the Russian central bank's reserves. This is scandalous. This is really scandalous. They rob you blind. And it's like with Afghanistan. You saw how they took $7 billion. The Biden administration took $7 billion in Afghan assets. And then they give back a part of it to the Afghans as aid. Like, it's not yours to give in the first place. You just stole that. So you see, people are starting to wake up, and they're seeing all of this theft in plain sight. Which again is nothing new if you look at the colonialism for the last 100 years. But these financial institutions, the banking system, these things are relatively new, right? In the last 100, 200 years. So right now, the sanctions system, which has also been ramped up by Trump and continued by Biden, all of these things together, people are really thinking twice about continuing to use euros and dollars and Western banks and financial institutions. So very interesting developments, and of course, we'll see what happens until October. It's a long time yet, but Lula's chances are looking quite good. And if they get Argentina into the BRICS, wow. That would be huge. That would be really huge. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I need to go get some water, and I'll be right back. We can do a Q&A. If you have any questions, write them in the chat right now, and I'll be right back. Just a second. And thank you to everyone who's supporting the show as well. I see we've got a Status who just signed up on Patreon. Thank you again for supporting my work. I'm very grateful. All of my work is for free. I don't have any exclusive content or whatever. That's not how I roll. Everything's for free. I want the news and my work to be accessible to everybody. And if you want to donate, if you can donate, times are tough, I know. If you can afford to donate a few dollars a month or whatever it is, I'm very grateful, and I thank you for that. I think right now we are at 860. So 860 members. The goal is to get to 900. So we just need about 40 people to sign up for as little as $1 a month. That would be really, really appreciated. And you can also, so this is Patreon, but you can also donate on PayPal or CashApp. Anything you like. Claudia will put the links in the chat right now. So thank you guys very much. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to go drink something, and I'll be right back in a minute. Let me know if you have any questions, okay?
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Don't vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
All right, guys, I'm back. We are back. Yes, I have bored. Let me know if you have any questions, and I'll try my best. Thank you very much. I'm not a barista, and Status, thank you both for signing up on Patreon. I'll play you a crab dance in a second, because I just came back, so give me a moment. Omar says, what's the latest on the Palestinian situation? Man, I cover this every single day. I mean, I don't cover every single day. I read about it every single day, and I cover it so often. That's my point. And I can barely keep up because there are so many crimes happening every single day. That's really obscene. Just give me a moment. I'm just trying to check something out over here. Yeah, I don't know. Lewis says, is he still drinking that champagne? Oh no, man, that took me quite a while to finish it because I didn't want to waste it, and what happened is it ended up going flat, and then we didn't. I was just kind of like, so. Indigo Carmen says, everyday Palestine. Of course. And it's insane to me that they talk about human rights and all the things that they say about Ukraine. Like, it's great that they're fighting the occupier and so on. Okay, fine, but you never said that about Palestinians for 70 years. That's a huge double standard. So hold on. Here's a question from one of you. It says, have you talked about Hamas visiting Moscow, or was that just a rumor? I have talked about it, and no, it was not a rumor. I can personally confirm to you that that is real. I'm not going to tell you the source, but I spoke to a diplomatic source, and it's 100% real. Yeah, they were in Moscow, which is incredible because that came at a time, this visit by a Hamas delegation to Moscow it would already be quite significant in and of itself, but the timing of it was very special because you had Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, who had made these comments about Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, and the Oops, there we go. So the Israelis were furious, right? They were very furious, and they basically said that the Russians, are... sorry, I'm trying to turn this off so it doesn't interrupt us again. So what I was saying is the Israelis lost it. They were very furious, and they've been trying to walk a fine line because, remember, Israelis have a lot of strong ties with Ukraine and Russia. Many Israelis are actually Ukrainian Jews or Russian Jews. The Soviet Union was the first country to recognize Israel. So you have ties that go back, and I think every single Israeli prime minister to date was either themselves or their parents or their grandparents from Eastern Europe. You understand? So that is important context to have. And the Israelis refused to give the Iron Dome system, which is surface to air missiles which shoot down short range rockets, and it's co-developed with the Americans. The Americans wanted to give it to the Ukrainians. The Israelis said no because they didn't want to anger the Russians. Now, you had this diplomatic spat going on, and right as Israel is condemning Russia, you have a Hamas delegation just showing up randomly in Moscow. I don't think that was as a result. I don't think the Russians timed it to be like, to give the finger to the Israelis. No, I don't think that's what happened. But it is very interesting. And I can tell you what they talked about. They discussed three main topics. So the first one was all these Israeli attacks on the holy sites. So you saw during the holy month of Ramadan, the Israelis were coming into Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is, for the Muslims, it's the third holiest site in Islam. They were also attacking, Christian worshippers, Muslim worshippers. There was a video, I don't know if we looked at it together, they were blocking a priest from going in. So they're basically putting obstacles and or attacking worshippers and holy sites. That's the first subject that they talked about. The second subject was the relationship between Russia and Hamas. Now, again, you will have some smart asses who say, but there is no Russian support for the Palestinian cause. Yeah, okay, but I'm telling you what they discussed, and that's it. It's not an opinion. I'm just telling you what they discussed. That doesn't change anything. So there you go. And the third thing that they talked about is Russia's relationship and support for the resistance axis. So when we say resistance axis, what are we talking about? This goes back to the days of George W. Bush, when he called Iraq and Syria and Iran and North Korea the axis of evil, right? Just ridiculous language, And David Frum, the guy who coined this term, who was Bush's speechwriter, is now a sweetheart with Democrats. So you see what we're talking about when we say all the neoconservatives are now with the Democratic Party? It's the same gang. In any case, the axis of evil was turned on its head, flipped on its head, and someone came up with axis of resistance. So that's what it means. It means the countries that are resisting U.S. imperialism, Zionism, and of course that includes Iran. It includes Lebanon, Hezbollah, Syria, Yemen, Iraq, Hashd al-Sha'bi, and of course Palestine, right? So these are the main countries in the axis of resistance. I don't know if you could say Venezuela and Cuba. I don't know. It's not like a formal club. There's not a form that you sign. But me personally, I would certainly consider Venezuela and Cuba part of the resistance. Absolutely, because they're also victims of Western imperialism and they oppose it and so on. So that's the third topic that they discussed, right? And I think it's very fine line, because the Russians, they are in Syria and have saved the country from being taken over by Al-Qaeda and all of these terrorists that were supported by NATO and the CIA. At the same time, Israel is bombing Syria almost every single week, right? Israel's occupying the Golan Heights in Syria since 1967. And since the war began in 2011, the Israelis are basically looking at what's happening in Syria, and they're like, this is chaos. Let's take advantage and let's just go bomb Syria every week. And the excuse that they give is that, well, there are Iranian militias in Syria. There are Hezbollah militias or fighters in Syria. So that's their logic, right? Israel is defending itself from these very big, bad, meanie Iranians and Hezbollah fighters, which is weird, because Israel is the one occupying Syria. So if anyone's going to talk about self-defense, it's Syria. But that's their logic. And I don't see anybody, I don't see Joe Biden or Zelensky or, Emmanuel Macron complaining about the violation of Syria's sovereignty. It's okay to violate Syria's sovereignty. And of course, I haven't even mentioned the US that's occupying the oil and all of this, right? So that's the thing with Russia. They have a very kind of tough situation there, because they're supporting Syria and they also have ties with Israel. And Israel is going in every week, and the Russians, I'll tell you the real reason, because obviously Syria would like to respond, obviously. And it has Russian military support. But the logic here is that Syria should finish the main problem that it has right now. Basically should finish the war. The war is the biggest threat. And if Syria starts responding to the Israelis, that will start a bigger war. So that's something that I've heard, again, from a source. I'm not going to say who it is, but that's something I've heard from an official. And the other thing that proves to me that this is true is because a few months ago, again, I covered this on the channel, but the irony is they bomb Syria so often, I literally have no clue what month this was, but it's recently. This is what happened. Israel bombed Syria. Syria fired anti-aircraft missiles. And Israel came back to bomb Syria again for daring to defend itself. So do you see, that was like on a microscopic scale. So can you imagine on a larger scale what would happen if Syria actually responded with full force? There would be another war inside this war, and that's a catastrophe. So it just doesn't work. It's just unrealistic. Even with Russian support, they just cannot do this. It just doesn't work right now. So unfortunately, this is the Israelis taking advantage of that. And my point here is that, again, the Russians, they're really kind of caught in the middle. And you could say the same about Palestine, right? I don't think anyone is kidding themselves here. Obviously, there is no Russian support for Palestine on the same level for Syria, obviously. Nevertheless, man, the world is really changing. I don't know what could happen in 2 months, in 5 months. Look at the situation that we are in right now. You have China and Venezuela and Iran and Russia trying to work on a common payment system. You have Russia demanding rubles for gas. It's crazy. The multipolar world that we're transitioning to is incredible. Who knows what the hell will happen? It's unpredictable. But yeah, again, I understand people who say, well, Russia doesn't even support the Palestinian cause because of many reasons, right? Again, for them, it's a fine line to walk on Syria, in terms of Syria, and in terms of Palestine, I think even more. This visit by the Hamas delegation, that's huge. It's not very often that you see that in the capital, right? That's very huge. So in any case, those are the 3 topics that they addressed, and I can confirm that to you 100%. And I can assure you that the Israelis were upset. I don't need a source to tell me that. They were probably losing their shit over that. That's extremely upsetting and embarrassing for them. Because they don't want Hamas to be given any recognition. For them, they want to portray Hamas as a terrorist group and vilify it. And that's why the Israeli lobby goes around all these European countries, Germany, the UK, and they pressure the politicians there to ban Hamas as a terrorist group. And the same thing with Hezbollah, right? By the way, Hamas is a shortened, it means Harakat al-Muqawamah al-Islamiyya. So it means the Islamic resistance movement. Now, I want to say one thing, because they try to tell you that, oh, Hamas are just like these bunch of Muslim terrorists. You know, how they try to stereotype all Arabs. But what did I tell you just a few moments ago? The Hamas delegation that went to Moscow did not go there just to talk about the attacks against Muslims. They went there to talk about the Israeli attacks on Muslims, Palestinian Muslims, and Palestinian Christians. So this shows you again how you have something that I really like, which we have in Syria and in Palestine and in you know the Levant, in this region, that you have respect and love between all the religions and all the ethnic groups. And that's why you have a country like Syria, for example, with God knows how many ethnicities and religions. It's ridiculous. I can't even count them all. You know, Palestinians, Armenians, Bedouins, Kurds, Arabs, Syrians, Assyrians, Syriacs, Orthodox Armenians, Catholic Armenians. It's just ridiculous. It's too many to count. So that shows you something. Again, that how you have this very nice cohesion, and also it shows you how the propaganda is unfounded. Because, you know, again, like I'm half Syrian, Syrian Christian on my mother's side, and when I see them attacking the mosque, this makes my heart bleed, even though I'm not Muslim. It's the principle, you know? So we don't see each other based on religion or something like that. Like, you know, the most important thing is, you know, people are like brothers. You understand what I mean? They don't care what religion you are. This is irrelevant. No one cares. So that's a beautiful thing, right? I should maybe correct that. I don't say no one cares like they don't care in a disrespectful way. Like they appreciate the diversity. They appreciate all of this, right? I think that's maybe the best way to put it. So just a little parenthesis that I wanted to put in there. But yes, the visit is absolutely real. And I'm interested to see what happens next, because some people thought it's so crazy that it can't be real. Right? I had tons of people telling me like, oh no, this is fake. It's not. No, it's real. I can assure you it's real. If you don't want to take my word for it, even though I'm giving you this from a direct source and it's 100% true, go look at the Jerusalem Post. They've also reported the same thing, but they didn't tell you what I told you about the topics that were discussed. I didn't see anyone report that. So yeah. In any case, guys, I have to go. And we've been streaming now for how long is it? A solid 5 hours. Not bad. I'm really grateful for all of you guys tuning in. I'm so happy to have this community and to be able to inform you on current events. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. I think you'll find it to your liking, especially if you want independent news on the Middle East, U.S. politics, international relations. I've also done original reporting on the Assange case, Julian Assange, and the Iran nuclear deal. So I have playlists for all of these topics. For Ukraine, you can go and see on the channel. You'll enjoy it very much. So thank you guys again, and please make sure you've hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And if I may kindly ask you to donate on Patreon or PayPal to support my work, to support my channel, I'd really appreciate that. I think I owe a couple of people some crab dances. So let me just refresh. Yeah, we got Judith, and we got I'm Not a Barista, and we've got also Status. So I owe you guys a crab dance. Again, thank you for supporting my work. Everybody, show them some love. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come. You talking to me? Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9.
We got him.
I would myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate doing this stream with you. And I'll see you guys very soon. All the segments will be up and you can watch the live stream in full as well. Again, thank you so much. And please make sure you follow on Telegram or by email. All of this is free. It's just so we have a backup, okay? Thank you. Take care.